I'm delighted to welcome all of you to the June 29th, 2022 Oregon Early Learning Council meeting, and want to thank council members certainly for being here, and also the many guests who are joining us today. Will be an exciting meeting. And I was reflecting last night on this meeting and thought that it was important to just acknowledge at the beginning that we are living in some very challenging times. There's obviously a lot of uncertainty, a lot of discord, a lot of division and anger. And I think today's meeting is well timed because we're going to have some very positive, exciting programs and activities talked about that are really going to benefit children and families' lives. So I think we can celebrate the good, celebrate the positive parts that are happening in our state and in our communities. And I was reflecting last night on some of the words that the Amanda Gorman, the National Youth Poet Laureate, spoke at President Biden's inauguration. And she said, "There's always light if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it." And so I look at those as the moving forward with excitement and great energy today. So with that, let's start with actually the Remy will call the roll for the board, please.
Excellent. Thank you, Sue. We are switching the way we do our roll call from separating our ex officio members to just totally alphabetical order. So you might notice a little bit of a difference today. So that leads with Pat Allen, the Director of Oregon Health Authority.
Here.
Excellent. Thank you, Pat. We have Andrea Bell, the Executive Director of Oregon Housing and Community Services. I don't think she is on right now, but I know she's going to be attending. So I will continue with Angie Blackwell.
I'm here.
Thank you. Katie Brooks is excused. Peter Buckley.
Here.
Alyssa Chatterjee, the Early Learning System Director for the Early Learning Division.
Here.
Colt Gill, the Director of the Oregon Department of Education.
Here.
Ann Kubich.
Here.
George Mendoza.
Here.
Thank you. Dr. Peg Miller.
Here.
Clee Thorne Ladd.
Here.
And then Sue Miller, the chair.
Here.
And then today, Lisa Wendt has sent in a stand-in. Claire Seguin from the Oregon Department of Human Services.
Hi, everyone. Great. Welcome, Claire. Thanks for joining us today.
And it looks like we have a quorum. So thank you, Sue.
Okay. Thanks, Remy. Well, Council, we've been talking about wanting to get updated on some of our early learning hub activities for about 6 months, I think, and today is the day. So we have many representatives, and as you know from our agenda, we're going to be hearing from 3 different hubs around the state. So hub leaders and all of your partners, we want to formally welcome you all to this meeting. And I see Carmen is on. So I'm going to have Carmen Ellis sort of set the stage for this and provide an introduction for us. So Carmen, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. We're really excited to share with you some really exciting work that's going on at the hubs. Specifically, we're going to be talking about a new regional system assessment that the hubs will be taking on in their community. And then we're going to hear from 3 of our hub regions. Specifically, we're going to be looking at cross-sector work that's happening. As you all know, hubs are charged with visioning and holding that vision and convening partners But a really important part of that work is how that convening moves into really active collaboration for problem solving and reaching our Raise Up Oregon objectives. So I'm not going to take up any more time with introductions. I'm going to pass it back and let you hear from the work, and we'll have time for questions after each of the presentations.
Okay, but Carmen, is Erin going to lead off?
Yes, I believe that's the plan.
Okay, so I think it'll help because we just got this packet 10 minutes ago with some information about the regional assessment. So I think it'll help if you can kind of set up just briefly this part of the presentation, and then we'll go into the 3 regions.
Sure. So I'm really excited to introduce you all to Erin Watson. Erin is here with Weaving Change. She's a national consultant who's been working with us over the last year and a half. You're all familiar with the legislative budget report that went out a year and a half ago around the work with defining the roles between the CCR&Rs and the early learning hubs. And out of that work, of course, came some really important conversation about our hubs and where they're going and what our work with them is in terms of our theory of change, of how hubs are going to be our effective systems change agents. And so Erin has been a really crucial part of that conversation and helping us think about how it is that we go from programs and visioning and community conversation all the way to having the outcomes that we're looking for, where children are arriving at school with reduced disparities and hitting developmental milestones, and how it is that what is the role that hubs can play as being aligning and coordinating our system in terms of and centering that family voice. So one of a project that we're working on now that's new for the hubs is a regional system assessment that's going to be happening in each region. And the hubs have chosen to focus on one Raise Up Oregon objective this time, which is access to quality childcare and early learning opportunities. So Erin has been doing community assessments across the country in different sectors. And so we're really lucky to have her. And I'm going to let her tell you about what that assessment looks like specifically for our early learning Oregon sectors.
Awesome.
Okay, great, thanks, and welcome, Erin. Thanks for being with us this morning.
Yeah. Is it all right if I share my screen?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Perfect. So let me know if anyone can't see it. So again, my name is Erin. Really excited to be working with you all in Oregon. Carmen, still 10 minutes, is that okay? Okay, great. So I'm gonna start out with a story. So imagine there were some people who came across a wheel one day. They'd never seen one, but they thought it was pretty useful. However, this wheel was squeaky and they started problem solving. Well, how do we make the wheel not squeak? They thought, what makes things slippery? Well, water does. Let's put some water in. So they put some water into the squeaking wheel and voila, the squeak went away. However, as they used it, the squeak came back. So they started thinking, well, what do we do now? Maybe we just didn't put enough water in. Let's put some more in. So they put more water in, the squeak stopped, and they realized, oh, that was it. We just didn't have enough water. So they continued doing this. The squeak came back. They started putting more water more forcefully this time. But as they did this, they noticed over time, not only did the squeak come back, but rust started to form. So this cycle continued over and over until their wheel looked like this. Ouch. So what went wrong in their problem-solving process? So clearly, they didn't fully understand why that wheel was squeaking. And they didn't even understand the wheel itself, how it worked. And as a result, their solutions not only didn't fix the problem, but it actually made the situation worse over time. This is a metaphor I'm going to try to use to help us understand the purpose of the regional system assessment and how it can be used to really drive better, more effective action. So let's bring it back to Oregon. So at the end of the day, there's two big impacts we're looking at for kids and families. One is that children are arriving ready for kindergarten with reduced disparities, meeting developmental milestones along the way. Also looking at making sure families are healthy, stable, and attached, again, with reduced disparities. Now, underneath here, you have those 14 Raise Up Oregon objectives. I kind of think of these like systems change objectives. And today, we can think about those 14 objectives like little squeaking wheels within local areas. And so a regional assessment, system assessment, is a process to understand how conditions in programs, in organizations, in communities and systems are helping and or hindering those Raise Up Oregon objectives in order to design more effective strategies. That's it in a nutshell. So like Carmen said, the hubs are really focused on one objective to start with. That was a really good strategic decision. And so if we think about this assessment for this, it's really understanding one, how much is this wheel squeaking in different regions? Hubs are going to be looking at how many children from priority populations are being reached by high quality early care and education, how many are not. They'll also be talking with families about what are their needs and preferences, and to what extent early care and education and other early childhood programs are actually meeting those needs and preferences. So they're figuring out how much is this wheel squeaking. But then they're also trying to understand what's helping and hindering the situation. Now, here's where this system assessment is a little different than some other community assessments, because it really brings in a systems lens to understand what are the typical conditions that we've learned about in the systems change literature that often contribute to squeaky wheel system issues. Now the hubs are using these conditions as a framework to guide what questions to ask. So I'm going to go through those conditions so you really have a good sense of the types of things that the hubs are going to be exploring, because this can affect and influence, guide how they use that information and how you all use the information coming out of those regional assessments. So there's a series of them. First, there's program components. We all know about these, the array, accessibility, quality of programs, and to what extent they're designed to meet families' needs and preferences. Then we have human resources. So how many ECE staff are in the field? What's their level of skill and knowledge to provide high quality care? We know that nationally there's not enough staff in the field. And there's plenty of reasons why that's happening, but this is an area they'll be looking at. Financial resources, how money is allocated. Environmental resources, about the built and natural environment. So for example, in some areas, there's limited broadband internet access, and that makes it hard for families to use online application formats. We have connections. This is how information, resources, referrals flow between different entities, organizations, people. So we know, for example, in many areas across the country, but also in Oregon, subsidized ECE programs aren't referring families on their wait list to each other because of competition and fear of losing funding. So there's different connection issues that can be explored. Policies and practices, this is the formal and informal policies, procedures, protocols, laws, standards. So for example, few communities have parity policies in place to ensure wage parity between ECE and K through 12. You've got decision-making, how decisions are made, who's included, excluded. Now, if you think, which perspectives are most often excluded from important decision-making, both regionally and at other levels? If you guessed families, you're right. So this is really exploring to what extent are families and other critical perspectives, partners engaged in decision-making, and what's getting in the way of that. Goals, this is to what extent there are aims, outcomes, targeted purposes within organizations that are aligned with those impacts and our objective, and to what extent they're conflicting. And then you have shared mindsets. This is people's beliefs, narratives, values, priorities about the work. So we know that in many places, there's narratives that childcare is just babysitting instead of an opportunity to build healthy brains and improve the economy and lifelong outcomes. So this is another area. So this is kind of like the guts of the regional system assessment. This is really the focus to understand those underlying condition root causes that are helping and or hindering those objectives to promote problem solving. So what does this actually look like? There's 3 steps the hubs are going to be going through. Step 1 is reviewing the data they already have on objective 2 to see what unanswered questions they still need to ask in the assessment. What different conditions do we need to explore? To what extent do we understand how this wheel is squeaking? Next, they identify, well, who can help answer those questions? Families, direct service providers, leaders, community members, and what are some feasible culturally responsive methods to gather that information? And then hub partners work together to launch those methods. And then step 3, hub partners find themes in that data and prioritize areas to move to action through the strategic plan. Now, the great thing is that cross-sector hub partners and families can engage in all of these steps. So they can help to design, what questions should we ask? What's most important to focus on? They can help to gather information, both directly and through others, and they can help to make sense of the findings. Now, how does this ultimately move to action and to inform the work? There's 3 different ways I see. One is, out of the regional assessment, you'll have prioritized systems change targets. Again, thinking about those different conditions we talked about, there'll be specific issues that are both helping, that need to be amplified, and others that are hindering that need to be addressed. Those will become prioritized targets for the strategic plan. So they'll go into the hub strategic plan, and the upcoming strategies and actions that will be identified will be directly targeting those specific priorities, so the work is very aligned. That will be happening in 2023. This regional system assessment, the priorities coming out of it, can also inform some of the work that's happening in the ELD. So the ELD supports and advocacy efforts can use that information to really figure out what is needed to best support hub's regional actions and align that with what's happening in the state, as well as to advocate around, for example, legislative budgeting cycles. Now, for you all, I don't know much about you yet, but from what I've learned and talked with others about, I know that you're going to be doing a revision of the Raise Up Oregon report in the upcoming year. I think this could be a fabulous way to use the information and the findings from these regional system assessments to help inform some of the ideas and the plans within that process. I saw the timeline, and I know in January, February, you're going to be doing some review feedback. That might be an excellent time to connect in with what the hubs are learning so that some of those plans are represented. There's a couple additional things really quick. I have 16 seconds, Carmen. This regional system assessment can also do 3 other things that I think are important. One is that it can build what I'm calling critical consciousness of some of the real important issues that are contributing to barriers in ECE access and buy-in amongst lots of critical partners. This regional system assessment can also help hubs develop a comprehensive array of data and really make that accessible to people. And it can also expand engagement, both of current partners as well as additional cross-sector partners and families in the process, and strengthen those relationships. So that was a lot, like a fire hose. Here's my email. If you have follow-up questions, please feel free to ask. And I'll be working with the hubs in the next year forward. So there may be other times to connect as well. Carmen, I'll punt it back to you.
Thank you, Erin. Just on behalf of the council, I want to thank you for taking time to give us this overview of the regional assessments, because they are going to inform some of our actions over the next 6 months and obviously beyond that. And I think as we listen to the presentations now, we can realize that they relate to the regional assessment already. It's not like our hubs are starting from zero as they go into this regional assessment exercise. So Kelly's smiling because I'm sure you're already deeply involved in that. So shall we just go ahead and get started? Or Carmen, do you have other introductions you want to make?
No, let's go ahead and get started.
All right. I think Kelly is not a new face for any of us. Kelly, welcome. We're delighted to have you and your colleagues here with us today. So thanks for joining us from about as far away in Oregon as one can get from the Valley.
That's true. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Miller, members of the council. My name is Kelly Poe, and I am the Early Learning Hub Director for Eastern Oregon counties, Baker, Malheur, and Wallowa. If you look at the map, we're the East Coast. I'd like to introduce my community partners, the Simcoe sisters from Malheur County. And so I want you to wave when I say your name. So Wendy Hill, maybe if you took yourself off mute for a second, it would probably make your picture bounce to the top. Wendy Hill is the current, there you are. Wendy is the current Oregon Department of Human Services District 14 manager. So Wendy retired from ODH. Yeah, she retired from ODHS a short while ago, and her replacement will start soon as the new district manager. But Wendy has been a member of the Early Learning Hub since the very beginning of the hub. Next is Christy Hill. Christy, wave. Christy is a current member of the Eastern Oregon Early Learning Hub Board, but she was, for 2 years, she was a staff member as our Early Learning Coordinator. And as you learn about the Trinity Project, you're going to see why she resigned her position to work with her sisters on this project. And next to her, last but certainly not least, is Phoebe Hill Blundred. Phoebe is relatively new to Eastern Oregon. She's a retired CTE educator from Washington. Phoebe perfectly rounds out the skill and expertise of the three Simcoe sisters. And you'll see that in our presentation. So housing and childcare have been at the top of the list for decades in Malheur County, with leaders who don't have solutions on their own. What's different this time is a shift in mindsets of a developer and community leaders of the importance of high quality early childhood experiences in the planning and the vision of a new neighborhood in Ontario. We hope that this will be replicated in other areas, and we hope that you will hear the correlation between family choice housing and quality childcare. So when we worked on the presentation for today, we decided to depend on the pre-reading materials rather than a PowerPoint presentation in an effort to have as much of a face-to-face conversation with you. So feel free to stop us as we go along if you have questions. We'll watch for your raised hands or your comments in the chat, and we'll have time for questions at the end as well. We hope that our presentation feels like a conversation as much as possible.
Awesome. Thanks, Kelly.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thanks to the council for having us to this presentation, and thank you to Kelly for not just this, but all the help that you've given us. And Wendy, I probably will go off mute because we talk fast, and when one of us stumbles, the other picks it up. So we are three sisters, and we are working with Greystone Builders, who is a developer, owner, contractor, and also our brother. So it is a family affair. And I want to tell you about the proposed, and it's a proposed housing project that's been submitted to Oregon Housing and Community Services for a low-income housing tax credit project. So I want to be clear, there's just proposed, but we're hoping that they see the vision and how it's a little bit different. So it's 24 single family homes that will be 3 bedrooms, 2 bathroom, 2-car garage on single lots, fenced yard, landscaped, underground sprinklers, and those sprinklers are going to be filled with from a well that's on
community well, right?
Community well. Thanks, Wendy. See, that's why you're not on mute.
Yeah.
There'll be solar panels, and Idaho Power tells us that will reduce their energy bill by at least 50%. It's low cost irrigation, high quality building materials, and another part of this, it's a low income housing tax credit. It's a 15-year program. At the end of the 15-year program, we have a tenant conversion. So if a tenant has been living there for 15 years, they can now choose to buy the home. And over that 15-year period, every year that they have met all their obligations for the rental agreement, they will have $1,500 put into an account for them. At the end of that 15 years, that accumulated money can go towards a down payment. If somebody comes in at year 9, if they haven't been there the whole 15 years, then they would have 9 years. You don't have to purchase the home, but it's an option and a way to achieve that home ownership. So we're also offering, we have a community building as part of this project. And in that community building will house a childcare, a high quality childcare, because we're going to see to that as the early learning hub. And we've partnered with a private nonprofit who is experienced at delivering high quality early childhood services. And they will also have the same opportunity to purchase that building at the end of 15 years. And what the developer is giving to them is at the end of 15 years, they can buy it at whatever price, today's market price, if that's better than what will be in 15 years. So it won't, they'll get that best price. The tenants in the community building, there is what do you call it?
Commercial kitchen?
Commercial kitchen. I wasn't going for that, but thank you. A
Community space, the community
Yeah.
space?
Yeah, but commercial kitchen, thanks, Wendy. A commercial kitchen for that we've got commitment from the OSU extension to teach nutrition and cooking classes. We also have community partners, and Wendy will talk about that more, I think, later, because she's got the connections with the partners. But they're going to come. We've got commitments of letters and memorandums of understanding to like teach lawn care, budgeting. Come on, help me out.
Well, just jump, Chris, because
Home-
we'll cover
home
that.
maintenance. Just and each time that a resident will attend that training, they get $50 put in their account. So it just keeps accumulating. So we're just hoping that, oops, I just spilled my coffee. We have that broad community support. We have the vision, and the other important part of this is this will not keep people in poverty. So you have to have the income to get into the project. But the next day, if you won the lottery, or say you have a career path and you are continuing to get wage increases, you're not going to get kicked out because you're over income. So it's a win-win in that situation. So I think that I'm going to stop there. And
I think you want to know that it's about 1,300 square feet,
the
or
home.
13 to 14, the home, I mean, the living space, and then the little oversized garage, because out here you have big pickups. So one of the things we just learned at the Eastern Oregon Economic Development Conference that we went to was we did a lot of home tours. Those same size homes, we have a better layout, just so you know, and better amenities, but those homes are going for between $300,000 and $400,000. We are outpriced. Nobody can afford homes here. So I think this is another way to get quality housing in for people that are low to moderate incomes.
And this is in a high opportunity neighborhood. So we do have a little pushback from that. Maybe do you want to talk about workforce?
Yes, so our project has a plan and vision to impact the workforce development in our county and our community. We're working with some community partners, so it would be Eastern Oregon Workforce Board, Treasure Valley Community College, and ODHS to employ and bring on job training opportunities to the construction industry here. For example, concrete, framing, electrical, plumbing, roofing. And this plan will impact the number of skilled persons, both men and women, in the construction trade that pays a living wage.
Go ahead. No, I just wanted to circle back to childcare, because at one point we were trying to put 44 houses in this development, but the tax credits weren't enough. They weren't funding enough that for this year. And so we could have eliminated the childcare, or I should say the developer could have eliminated the childcare. And he
said, no, we're not going to do that. We'll eliminate. So we have 24 houses instead of 44. We're having the child care center in the community building because he said that's a workforce, that's supportive services. So that is, you're looking at that whole reframing and mindset change. For years, he did not even consider childcare as a workforce. I look at it as early care and education and workforce support, and he looks at it as workforce support. So it's a good mindset that we have the same goal and the mindset, we just look at it a little bit differently. But for the community to realize the importance of having childcare and housing is big for us, and we're just excited about that.
And one more quick interruption, because Mr. Mendoza had a question in the chat. So, what are the monthly payments and what do you project to charge at the end of 15 years? So the monthly payments will be a little bit dependent on, what someone's income is. So something like that. But we also are working with the housing authority locally. So accepting Section 8 vouchers, which there's no house here that they can rent. So those vouchers just sit there and then they find nothing. And then they have to start the process all over again. It's a bad system. Then we have, we also are partnering with program. So we are pulling out a couple, 2 or 3 houses, I can't remember now, that we're going to hold for those families that one of the reasons that they're involved in child welfare is because there is no housing for their families. There's nothing that they can do, that they have just, have probably into their ropes. So we're working with self-sufficiency too, as well, because they can also assist with if our family coaches are going to be working with families. They've talked to different families who want to live in a single family home, but can't get in one. Either they're not here or they can't afford to pay the huge fees to get into a home. So I don't know if that answers it for some of the monthly payments, but I don't think I don't know.
And at the end, the houses will be sold at market rate at the end of the 15-year period.
And so, and then that's why we're assisting with down payment stuff as they travel through this 15 years. We'll have on-site management that will help ensure that they get that the homes, when they're ready at the end of 15 years, it'll be a really nice home to purchase. So they'll have that, and we're partnering with Community in Action because they're also they have the home ownership. Gosh, I can't remember the name of their program, but it's a savings plan that they go through the training and they get matching savings. So we're trying to blend different programs here in our community to help match that.
So Wendy, before you jump into the community partners,
I'm done.
Continue on. I do want to say another thing about early learning is the tenants do get priority for spots in the childcare. So if there's a waiting list for the childcare, which there will be, and the tenant comes in, they move up the top, or if their child ages into that or whatever. So they do get that priority. We've got that agreement with the private nonprofit that's running that will operate the childcare. So we talk about it like it's going to happen because we just can't not.
We believe. We're believers.
I'm going to try.
Are we out of time? Are we?
No. I just wanted to try to interrupt. I've invited myself to be an adopted sister, and I still haven't figured out how to interrupt. One of the things I wanted to add, Christy, before you go on is some of those classes that you talked about, the inclusion of parent education.
Yes, parent. Oh, it's a process.
Yes.
It's a process. Parent. That's Wendy.
And I think that Wendy's right.
When she talks about our partners, almost all of them have offered to offer something at these community classes. And the classes will be open to the community. The residents will be the ones that get the stipend in their credited stipend in their, not a stipend, credited to their account, to their housing account. So I have one last thing that I want to add about workforce development. And that is that the developer is going to be asking subcontractors if they would bring on a person, one person, for on-the-job training, minimum of one, yes, or as an apprentice. And so what we're also hoping is that those people that are coming on, maybe they will be part of one of the homeowners and get into this wonderful housing that they've had opportunity to build. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Wendy.
So total project cost, it's like since the first time that we looked at, or we didn't, our brother had, but he needed us, that's why.
Yeah, it's about 18 million.
Yeah.
And we needed another 6 or 8 million, but about another 1.3 million in tax credits to do the 44. If we're successful with this 24, we will apply for the other 20 the next round. But if we're not successful, well, the property will probably be sold. And he's had the property for 20 years.
Yeah.
How much has been secured? You mean the financing? The developer the financing is going to be with the low income tax credit investment, and the developer has the rest. So if we get the low income housing tax credit, it's a go.
Yeah, the banks are already in line. The land is free and clear. It has all the infrastructure to just be able to, run all your sewer lines and all that stuff. It's just right.
Ready. Yeah.
It is in a nice high opportunity neighborhood. And I think we mentioned that it's high ownership area. And that was one of our goals. We didn't want to put it somewhere out where there's out all by themselves. We want to bring them into a neighborhood and just kind of, it's really kind of exciting. I don't know, I get chills myself.
So, I'm going to interject here before, because the reason that our heart is in this is our family history. Our brother came here homeless, but he had a skill about 50 years ago, and he's been very successful. And one of the things that we've talked about over the years, because we grew up, we had a healthy, stable family with not any money. We lived in substandard housing. Our parents saved and bought. They were farmers and bought a little place, and they ended up losing it and started over again. And we just, continue. But all of us, there were 6 of us, we've achieved that American dream of having a house. And what did it? What we know is our stable family. That was it. That family was everything. Family, church, our country, that was it. And so we want that for other people. And we're at a point in our lives where we can maybe make that happen or help support that. And the community is behind it. And so that's where we're going. And that's why we're doing this. Go ahead, Wendy.
Sorry. It's all good. And the city is totally on board with us, just by the by. So I'll just go backwards and because I had all sorts of notes, but I'll just talk. But yeah, they are definitely, are they reducing fees or infrastructure costs? There's so many things that are already in place that they don't necessarily have to, and we don't necessarily need them. So when they need to step in and help, the Simcoe sisters will go in and talk to them about if we get a glitch as we move along, and they're totally open for that. What was the other thing I was thinking about? Oh, because
did you answer the question on how much rent was going to be? Did we talk about rent? I think it's has to do with this.
Well, semi, Kelly, because it's going to depend a little bit on the end costs and moving in, but it will not go over 1,000, I believe. So, but we're talking about and we're going to have subsidized housing in there too. So so when we talk about 1,000, that's like the big cost that comes to us, and then there'll be a reduction for the renter. So it's income based. Yeah, that makes sense.
Wow.
I'm probably explaining it wrong. Somebody there probably could explain it
better. There's a table that there's a formula, and we use that.
What an amazing project, you guys.
So even the city, we have commitments from fire and police and everybody. They're ready to come in and start help us with a tenant association to teach them about fire safety. They'll put on bike for kids in the neighborhood. We have the library that wants to bring their bookmobile in. Go ahead, Chris.
Our time's up, Wendy, I think.
Oh, yeah. No, we have more. Okay.
I'm sure you do.
But you know what? Can I just end one thing? We really have to give kudos to Kelly, because she did bring and set the stage for us with Trinity Project with some outside people through our hub connections, truly. And so thank you, Kelly,
Yeah.
for doing it. Mhm.
So
Okay.
thank you. A great presentation. And I think the really key piece for us that as a council that we're looking for, Kelly, what was the hub's role in this? I mean, this is an amazing project, and where does the Early Learning Hub fit into this?
Well, I'd say in the beginning, Christy was a hub staff member. And so part of her role as an early learning coordinator was to work on projects like this. So she's helped with expanding childcare opportunities in other early learning programs, some of our nonprofit, but also working to coordinate with Head Start and with home providers in increasing their quality. So this was, when this opportunity came about, she just became more and more involved with it. Wendy's always been on the board, and so there was inside the hub meetings and outside the hub meeting, and it just became more and more of a reality. So the developer applied once before and was not successful. And when we looked at his application, he didn't have any of our partnerships. And so I think Wendy ran out of time to talk about, I think we have 30 MOUs written, and those MOUs are really tangible, in-kind time and monetary investments to the families that live in that neighborhood. And so the hub really helped this project become family-centered and community-centered. So one of the things that we really wanted to make sure is we didn't stick this neighborhood, which usually happens out by the freeway somewhere. And this is, so when you say high opportunity, I say this is in a neighborhood that's very a sought after neighborhood. When houses come for sale in this area of Ontario, they sell very quickly. So we wanted to make sure that families had an opportunity to have a voice in their community and the neighborhood. So it's really a connection. The hub was a connection for a lot of work. I don't know, we have the mayor of Ontario in the background. Good morning, Mr. Hill.
Good morning.
He's not here as the mayor. He is here as Greystone Builders.
He is the brother we've heard about.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Welcome. We're glad to meet you, Mr. Hill. We're also glad to hear there's another sister in Roseburg. That's pretty exciting.
Yes.
We're hoping you're going to have sisters in every community, but well, we're out of time, and which I'm sorry about because we really want to do Q&A. I guess in a way we're going to have to rely on the chat box council to do the Q&A, because I'm guessing all of the presenters are going to have a lot of information to share. And having said that, let me just ask council, is there any burning question that you want to ask before we move on? If so, just jump in, council member.
I'll just share this. Number one, I'm very pleased. I started my career in Ontario, and I moved into a subdivision that Riley Hill started out. So it's nice to see all that's going on. One quick thing though, how much work did you have to do to get the state to support you? What kind of grants, what kind of things did you address or attack so that you could put yourselves in this type of position?
We didn't, just the developer, the idea, because the low-income housing tax credits, Riley's been doing subdivisions and affordable housing for 50 years. And all of them have been, multifamily units and apartments. And he has seen that a lot of them, want single family housing, but they can't get there. And this project will get them, but it's the low-income housing tax credits. And then his experience and our experience in our various capacities that has gotten us there. And we just, and so it has not been approved. It's a proposed project. And that's one of our biggest concerns, is that traditionally it's multifamily houses, and those are great options. But this is just another option for families who are ready for that. And so that's why we wanted to change that mindset of And we hope Oregon Housing and Community Services is doing that they will change, take a look at that and look at it as an option, because we do have, the space out here to have a subdivision for affordable housing. Does that answer your question?
And I would say, yeah. And I think I want to say that the four of us are not housing experts. We're community builders. And so we really came into this project to work on the mindset of including family voice and high quality early learning experiences in the development of a neighborhood. So our hope is that what's replicated here is this shift in mindset and the importance of early childhood. That's our job.
And Riley, with his experience, and he has an experienced team that in the housing field. Also, there's been other people, developers over in different states, like back east. There's been a couple, I think there's 3 states that have done something similar. And he traveled to them and met with these guys to say, can Oregon do this? And Oregon can do this. We don't have to pass or change any laws. I think that was a huge hurdle that we were thinking about, that we'd have to do something different. It's only the mindset change of let's just build up and a bunch of little boxes, but we need that and single family homes. So
Right.
it's both.
And over all of this, one thing that we didn't hit on because we skipped over some of is the diversity, equity, inclusion. This is it's part of all of it. It's not set aside. It's just inlaid over all of it. So
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, because
we're very mindful of that.
We've talked
as
to many people,
Right.
Our refugee community that's growing there. They want a home. We have a big, our area, we have so many great families that can't get into a home because now it's truly not affordable, but they've also lived in that marginalized place that they want to increase their salary. They want to do this, they want to do that and work really hard. And then they're just trapped. And so we're hoping this is another way out for them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very inspiring. And if you read all of the comments in the chat, you will see that the council is saying, wow, great model. Kelly, nice going in having your hub be such an integral driver of this. You obviously have some key people on your hub council governance body, which is great. And thank you all for setting this as an example for us in Oregon. And we may try to get Riley to kind of roam around the state and plant this seed if he's willing to do that. And you all will take the sisters with you.
And we are. And if we're successful and someone wants to replicate it, we will be happy to tell them what we did. And Riley will be happy to talk about the financing and help whoever else is developing. We're willing to do that. So give Oregon Housing and Community Services a call and tell them to just take a look at this type of project.
I think we just might do that.
You know what? That would be really helpful. I mean, that's actually what we tell it. We will not contact them because we put our application in and it's up to them. But it's community that can say, hey, we heard this was going on. We think it's viable. Can you look at it? That's really, we're looking for community to carry it forward. So thank you.
All right. And that is certainly something the council does frequently and actively, is to advocate for wonderful projects like this. So we will follow up on this. Thank you all. We appreciate your presentation and the great work that you're doing. All right, we're going to move on now. I think, are we going to Lynn, Benton, Lincoln next, Carmen, or South Coast?
Next, we have South Coast with the Early Childhood Educator Apprenticeship Program.
Okay, great. Sarah, I saw you on the screen earlier.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. And I do have some slides to share. So we'll move this into a slideshow. So thank you for inviting us to share today. My name is Sarah Stevens, and I'm the director of the South Coast Regional Early Learning Hub, serving Coos, Curry, and coastal Douglas counties. We are here today to talk to you about Oregon's first registered early childhood educator joint apprenticeship and training program serving Coos, Curry, and Douglas counties. It took a team of people to accomplish this goal. This team includes representation and support from the Southwestern Oregon Workforce Investment Board, the South Coast Regional Early Learning Hub, Southwestern Oregon Community College, Umpqua Community College, South Coast Head Start, All Care, Health, Advanced Health, and United Community Action Network Head Start. Some of these partners are here today to present with me. Kyle Stevens, Executive Director of SOIB, Wendy Baird, Director of South Coast Head Start, and Taylor Nolan, Director of Care Connections at SWOC.
Great, welcome to all of you.
And I'm going to pass to Wendy.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. As you know, childcare supports our entire workforce, but parents are facing a continual struggle to find quality childcare and services. Addressing the childcare shortage is the key to building prosperity in southern rural Oregon, helping families to engage in meaningful employment and in assisting our children in getting the early supports needed for success in the public school system. At the heart of our childcare and early learning capacity challenge is a lack of qualified workforce. Head Start programs, state-funded early learning programs, school districts, and childcare providers all want to provide additional opportunities for children and families, but cannot safely provide care and services without qualified staff. Just our Head Start programs in this region reported over 20 unfilled staffing vacancies this spring.
Wow.
Good morning. It's ideal for prospective teachers to have the opportunity to practice early learning principles as they complete the coursework by experiencing real life application in the classroom. However, it's hard to gain enough experience and support yourself and your family while also taking classes to become an early childhood educator without additional support and a clear pathway.
And to help address this challenge, our Joint Apprenticeship Training Committee aims to register 5 to 10 apprentices in the first year. We plan on expanding further in future years. I think that's probably a good safe number to start with. With focused outreach to underserved groups, the apprenticeship program will encourage women, minorities, people with disabilities, and veterans to apply. SOIB, as our organization has previously ran a medical assistant apprenticeship, which was the first healthcare apprenticeship in the state. So we have quite a bit of experience with kind of the outreach that we're going to leverage from this. And then in addition, we also run programs in a little over 30 of our local area high schools to work with students and help them kind of find the next path. In addition, we also partner with the WorkSource offices and we lean heavily on Head Start, kind of have focused outreach to underserved communities. We also plan to actively recruit applicants from a diverse background to also mirror our communities.
Apprentices will be placed in classrooms at local Head Start programs. They will complete 3,072 hours of on-the-job training over the course of 3 years, providing them a variety of experiences working with young children and their families. Qualified teachers will provide supervision, instruction, and mentorship to support apprentices in developing the skills and competencies needed to support the positive development of young children.
And how, did I miss this? How many are you anticipating will be in your apprenticeship program?
Sure.
Sorry, I missed that.
Ideally, we'd shoot for 5 to 10 would be a success for the first year. And then I think if we can have 10 between Coos and Curry, so some kind of mix there, maybe 5 and 5 or 6 and 4, and then another 10 in Douglas each year, that would be kind of the goal. And I don't think it's going to be finding the participants, and I think it'll take a while till we saturate the market. I think it really comes down to just the cost of the program. You know, apprenticeships are tough. The trades have had it figured out for a long time. It takes employer buy-in. Our medical assisting one is not extremely expensive, but it was 100% grant funded for the first 3 years. It's been an extremely difficult transition to get employers to kind of step up and absorb the cost of that program. With this one, we know the cost of the related training alone should be almost, you know, for an associate's degree, it might be the $16,000 range. So we're aiming at a level that we can kind of sustain.
And was it a foundation that funded it initially?
This one, our initial seed money came from actually All Care Health.
See, PCO, which is we've got a whole funding slide, but we love this partnership because of that cross-sector work, and our partners at All Care Health, who is also a board chair for our early learning governance, was so gracious to offer this startup funding to help get this project launched.
And Sarah, is that the medical assistant program or this one focused on ECE?
This one focused on ECE. Yep.
This one in particular, medical assistant was funded through a DOL grant when they were doing expansion grants through HEC. I can tell you ECE, we'd had a hard time getting anyone to take a look at it just because of that high cost. And then I think that's when it made more sense to kind of approach it. If I can, I'll skip to 7 if you want, Sarah. I'll just hit it real quick. Tuition is the biggest challenge, I think. And we've kind of came up with some creative solutions. Future Ready Oregon came at a good time. It probably could have came at a better time because that'll allow us to kind of cover some of the gaps in funding with some of the workforce dollars. A $16,000 program is outside of the scope of usually what a workforce board would spend on a single participant, but we've made some adjustments to our policy to cover as much of that as we can. And then we're also taking advantage of the 50/50 program, SNAP 50/50 program, which is something we had not done in the past. So we have an application through there right now. 50/50 program requires a non-federal match. For every dollar you spend that's eligible, you would get 50 cents back. And that is where we really see the kind of the partnership with the CTOs coming into place. Ideally, if we could identify perfect candidates that would be great for this line of work that happen to be on OHP and SNAP recipients, but not receiving TANF, you probably couldn't find a better way to kind of grade and blend a bunch of funding streams while also giving someone a path to hopefully up and out of those programs.
We have built in incremental wage increases that will be applied as skills are acquired based on specific percentages of the average journey level wage for early childhood educators, which we aligned with our new goals around raising wages for people in state funded programs. This provides concrete targets and rewards as apprentices progress through the program. I would be remiss to not let you know that this is closely linked with many of Raise Up Oregon's goals. I use Raise Up Oregon all the time. It's generally right here next to me with lots of highlights, and we believe that this hits on multiple goals and objectives, including that children are arriving ready for kindergarten. We believe that this will expand access to high quality, culturally responsive, inclusive, developmentally appropriate, and affordable childcare. One of the biggest barriers to expansion on South Coast are qualified staff and ready facilities. And so we are using this registered apprenticeship program to expand the supply of professionals in the fields. We also believe that this hits on system goal 1, objective 3, and multiple strategies within, specifically, building pathways to credentials and degrees that recruit and retain a diverse early care and education workforce, compensation levels that are fair and recognize educators as professionals. We believe it also improves state policy to ensure early care and education work environments guarantee professional supports. And then, of course, the alignment and capacity of the cross-sector early learning workforce is supported with high-quality practices among professionals and improving cross-sector recruitment, retention, and compensation. Through our partnership with SOEV, we will have opportunities to reduce barriers into entry by tapping into some work source support dollars. So if an individual would like to participate in the apprenticeship program, but childcare is a barrier for them to participate, we have funding to support payment for childcare. If transportation is an issue, we'll support transportation. If they're back on their rent and they're not able to focus on school because they are concerned about rent will pay for their rent. So really trying to reduce every barrier into entry to make our students and staff as successful as possible.
Great.
Our ultimate goal is to increase the number of qualified early childhood educators in our region. Career paths could include opening a private childcare business or working for Head Start, other state-funded ECE programs in school districts, or licensed childcare programs. By increasing the number of qualified early childhood educators, we'll increase our overall capacity for early learning and childcare programming across the region and hopefully across the states. I presented this apprenticeship to some partners in Multnomah and also in Clackamas. And so we know that it's something that other regions are looking at, and we are happy to share any of the things that we have learned.
Great. So Sarah, I mean, once again, exciting project, amazing number of partners that you have in this, and obviously very cross-sector, which we're always interested in. I'm sure Pat Allen will be interested to see the CCO being such an integral part of this effort. So council members, we have about 4 minutes. Do you have any questions that you'd like to pose? Yeah, Angie.
Thank you, Chair Miller. I don't have a question. I just wanted to say how very excited I am to hear about this project, and I do hope that it spreads around the state. I run an early childhood program, so I'm very familiar with the challenges of recruiting and retaining a qualified workforce. I've been looking at apprenticeships as well, just exploring the possibilities. I support a lot of my staff in distance learning to earn their associate's degrees, but I really see apprenticeships as a very promising practice, and to build up my workforce. I'm also in a rural area, so it's a challenge. So this is super exciting to me, and I just want to thank you for sharing your work today.
Thanks, Angie. We believe that by putting students in this cohort model, this team model, that will breed success. And so we're going to be collecting lots of data along the way to be able to tell the story and help share our learnings with others.
Yeah, great point. Great point. Peg.
Thanks. Is there any thought about requirement or having to stay in the field for a certain period of time after you participated in this program? I know there are some education programs where people get loan repayments, that sort of thing, for time they spend in the field following their education.
I don't personally, we haven't considered it. I don't know if I've seen it done with apprenticeship, but that doesn't mean it's not happening somewhere. I mean, it would make sense, and I think that's part of the reason I liked apprenticeship originally. I mean, I think it's a buzzword that kind of comes in and out. It took a while to make sense on how you could use it in some of these non-traditional applications, but there's definitely a retention factor. You're not going to get those people once they get part of that cohort and they're partway through. I don't think it's the progressive wage scale that necessarily keeps them unless it's huge dollar jumps. I think it is that they're working towards a goal, and it's just kind of, you get caught up in the momentum. You have the ability to earn and learn. You know, if you're working, getting paid full time and being able to study, to come out debt free, it seems to work out pretty good. And on medical assisting, where it's a 1-year program, we lose a few, but it's not. I mean, it's not enough that I'd be worried about putting like a certain duration in there or some kind of clawback clause or anything. So I'm hoping this one's very similar, that this just provided opportunities to those that, maybe could have pulled it together with a Pell Grant or something else and tried to do some financial aid, but it would have been really tough to juggle. Whereas this would just be a perfect path for whether you were just starting out or you were looking to do a career change, maybe had kids at home.
I would add that, as a Head Start program, we've been supporting staff in getting degrees and continuing their education for a long time. We don't find that we lose people to other fields necessarily, or they move outside of education. They tend to just jump from agency to agency. And, and that's I mean, in some ways that's a win for everybody. You know, the work you're doing is just supporting the entire workforce throughout your community in that area. So, I mean, we lose people to like South Coast ESD, but they still have that Head Start background and they become great partners to us at the same time. So I would foresee more of those issues as far as like programs train them up and they leave that program to go to a different agency rather than they leave the field altogether.
Good, thanks.
I appreciate your global understanding, Wendy, of building the system. I used to run a program and it was always hard to say goodbye to somebody, but that's the way the system works and workforce builds. Well, we need to once again move on. Sarah and your staff, your partners, we want to thank you very much for joining us today. Once again, a very exciting program. Love all of the partnerships that you have built, which obviously will also expand and support other program initiatives from the Hub. So thank you.
Thank
and
you.
Sarah, thank you for organizing this. So we will now move to Lynn, Benton, Lincoln, and we'll let Christy lead us off and with Julie.
Thank you, Chair Miller and members of the council. My name is Christy Collins, and I'm the director of the Early Learning Hub for Lynn, Benton, and Lincoln counties, and we're located in the Family Resources and Education Center at Lynn Benton Community College. I'm going to let Julie introduce herself and start us off because Julie is was sadly the co-chair of our Early Learning Hub board from the very beginning and has been a critical partner in this and the work of Polywog and where we are with it now. All started with a question that came out of healthcare. So Julie, go ahead and introduce yourself.
All right, thank you, and good morning, everyone. And thanks again for giving us the opportunity to share information with you today, and also to listen to the great work that our colleagues are doing throughout the state. It really has been inspiring to learn more about that today as well. So, as Christy mentioned, until 3 weeks ago when I retired, I have been serving as the Vice President for Marketing, Communications, and Community Health Promotion for Samaritan Health Services, which is a regional health system based in Corvallis that comprises hospitals, medical clinics, and health plans that serve Lynn, Benton, and Lincoln counties. Samaritan Health also operates the CCO for our 3-county region, which is Intercommunity Health Network CCO. So if you see the acronym IHN CCO on a couple of our slides today, that is what we're referring to. And we have just a few slides to share with you today that will outline a cross-sector partnership that has been in place in our region now for, I think, a little over 5 years, 6 years now. So we will also share a little bit of some of the utilization data that we've collected since that time. So as Christy mentioned, the opportunity really was presented from a request that came from one of our OB managers at one of our hospitals, calling our department, the Marketing and Communications Department, asking if we could help them and their nurse educators with registration and promotion of prenatal and childbirth preparation classes that they offered in their community. And they had been trying to handle these phone calls and take care of registration in addition to their ongoing clinical duties. And they asked us if we could help them with this role. And as we began to talk about this internally and how we might be able to respond to the request, we quickly started thinking about sort of the companion opportunities around parenting education and other services that really encompass this sort of continuum of need, basically from the initiation of prenatal care all the way through childbirth and then beyond. And as we started to have these conversations first internally within our healthcare system, we knew that Lynn, Benton Community College and other partners in our region were doing a wonderful job offering parenting education classes. But at that point in 2016, there was really no connection between what was happening that was largely within our healthcare system that was focused on prenatal and childbirth education. And then once the baby was born, new parents were sort of left to their own devices in terms of being able to connect with parenting education and with other supportive services to really help them be great parents and help support them and their growing families. And so this was also shortly after early learning hubs were established. And so it really provided the opportunity then for us to begin to reach out to some of these other stakeholders and really begin to think a little bit more systemically about how we might be able to help bridge some of these gaps and help provide stronger support for expectant and new parents. And really, historically, we have seen very strong registration and participation in prenatal and childbirth classes, but there had been historically some issues around stigma associated with parenting education. So after the baby was born, there was just sort of this feeling that maybe parenting education wasn't for everyone. And so there really seemed to also be a promising opportunity to really try to address some of the stigma issues that are sometimes involved with providing those kinds of services. Next slide. So we were able to secure some planning funding from the CCO, and the Early Learning Hub helped us engage other partners in addition to our prenatal education, childbirth education providers, maternity care coordinators, and others within our healthcare system to really begin to actually visually map the continuum of existing services, beginning with the initiation of prenatal care all the way through childbirth and then beyond. And we began through that mapping exercise to really delineate where the gaps were and where essentially we as a system, as sort of a non-system at that point, multiple systems, were really sort of dropping the ball in terms of being able to really help and support these expectant and then new parents through their journey and the kinds of programs and services that really might help them and support them. And so as we began to think about then really through a fairly traditional process improvement exercise, what might that re-engineered process and program look like? And ultimately, that ended up being what we now call Polywog. So I think the next slide begins to outline some of the participating sort of the overline essence of the program. And I might, Christy, maybe ask you to talk a little bit about some of the program elements of Polywogs. Polywog is housed with the Early Learning Hub, which is based at Lynn, Benton Community College, which is the backbone organization for our Early Learning Hub, and very conveniently and wonderfully also houses our Parenting Education Hub, for the region and our child care resource and referral service as well. So it's a wonderful organizational home for these programs.
And we were able to leverage our child care resource and referral that was already doing enhanced referrals in the community. And those Family Connection staff are now also our polywog consultants, and they have been trained as traditional health workers. 3 of our 4 polywog consultants are bilingual, bicultural. And within our polywog program, as it has grown, we are also offering a parent blog on our website. One of the things our polywog coordinator discovered as she was doing some social media certification is that if you want to drive traffic to your website and keep your website active in all those Google searches, you need new content that is coming in on a regular basis. And a blog fills that role. So we offer a weekly parent blog that is from parents in our region who are using the services. We have now also added on a parent blogger who is talking about oral health for young children, and she also happens to be a pediatric dentist. So this is another way we've enhanced that. We send out monthly newsletters. Those newsletters are available in English and Spanish. And the newsletters typically follow the topics of national whatever month it might be, usually aligned with healthcare topics. And so we reach out to our partners to find out what we want included on that. We did a whole monthly newsletter around what is a relief nursery, what type of services do they provide, trying to get educational information out to families about services that are available in our region. Recently, we have upgraded our website and it is now available in 10 languages, and also added a Family Connects page since we are an early adopter for Family Connects Universal Home Visiting Model, and a free preschool page as a part of our coordinated enrollment efforts that includes all of our Head Start programs throughout the region and our Preschool Promise programs.
Wow.
I think we're going to, I think we have a couple more slides, Chair Miller. This slide really just provides a visual depiction of participating organizations in the collaboration, of which there are many, as you see. And then I think, Christy, there's another slide that talks a little bit about some of the utilization numbers and how people are engaging with the program.
Yeah, and I think what this really highlights is, although it started with healthcare and a partnership between healthcare and the Early Learning Hub, it has grown to include all the sectors throughout our region. They're using the system for referrals. Our DHS family coaches are sending their referrals to Polywog and getting families connected to services. So they don't need to stay up to date on all of the programs and resources that are available out there. They just need to know that they can send families to Polywog. And Polywog is a universal model. It's available to any family in our region. It is free to all families in our region. And part of how we reduce barriers to accessing services for those most in need is reducing that stigma around asking for services, because this is available to everyone. And then the diversity in the Polywog consultants and the partners that are included in this work makes it more accessible to those families that really need those additional supports.
Yeah, boy, getting around the stigma is sure always an issue. And I do want to get to Anne's question of Pat and the whole CCO involvement. But go ahead and finish your presentation, and then
okay. And my apologies, I can't see the questions coming up in the chat as I'm sharing my screen. So yeah, I'll go through the last of the slides and then we can go through those questions. So just in tying back to Raise Up Oregon, Polywog meets all of the objectives under System Goal 2. Children are raised in healthy, stable, and attached families. And additionally, many of the objectives under System Goal 1 and 3. As we were putting together our work plan for the year and looking at all of the Raise Up Oregon strategies, Hub and Hub staff and Hub partners are going, oh, we do that through Polywog. We do that through Polywog. So it has really become critical to our work as an early learning hub and our community partners that we're working with.
Awesome.
It doesn't happen easily. We're very far into this now. As Julie mentioned, we started in 2016, but some of those initial hurdles that we needed to get over, because we're housed in a community college, we're working with education data and health data. So we needed to identify a HIPAA and FERPA compliant data system. We were very fortunate that we were able to access the legal team within Samaritan Health Services to help us develop our privacy agreements and policies around privacy and release of information. Creating buy-in with community partners was critical in moving this work forward. Why do something different than what we're already doing now? And what we saw with this is that we had to create a value add for those community partners. It needed to make their work more effective, more efficient, or greater reach in accessing families to get that buy-in from the partners. Growing from a pilot project to a full regional implementation around 3 counties and 5 hospitals. We started with 1 hospital where the need was identified. Our timeline was 6 months in this first community, and then every 3 months we'd add a new hospital on. We stayed in our pilot for 2 years. And our commitment to our partners was that we would work out all of the bugs, the kinks in the system and the process before we added on a new community. And I think that made a huge difference in the success of the model, is that when we got ready to add on a new community, we had all of the bugs worked out of the system and how information flowed. And
also we had the infrastructure in place,
Yes.
As Christy said, the privacy agreements, the MOU language, for partners. And so, and sort of the back end, content management system that we used to house the data and facilitate referrals. So we did start with the largest county in terms of population, Lynn County, which has 2 hospitals. But as Christy mentioned, we started with the hospital in Albany first, and then moved on from there.
One of the things that also, as we think about a system that supports parents from transitioning to prenatal education to parenting education, when we were ready to transition into Lincoln County, there was not an OPEC hub or parenting education being offered in Lincoln County. And so we were able to work with our Lynn Benton OPEC partners, who also happen to be at Lynn Benton Community College, for an expansion opportunity to include Lincoln County and apply for an OCF expansion grant for Lincoln County for the OPEC hub, as well as a healthcare and parenting education alignment initiative that Samaritan Health Services applied for. Capacity for implementation, and this is internally for us, as well as our community partners that are now receiving more referrals than they have ever seen before and getting more families coming in. You do reach that point where programs need additional funding and support for expansion to meet the needs that the families are asking for, and ultimately long-term sustainability, which gets to our funding model. Our primary funding has come from IHNCCO, our coordinated care organization in the region. We have a standing MOU with our CCO that looks at their reconciliation process and the number of children birth to 5 and a leftover balance. And there's a formula that then allocates funding to the Early Learning Hub each year. And we've dedicated that funding to keeping this work moving forward. We are an early adopter for Family Connects, and the role of the community alignment specialist that we're currently receiving funding from OHA for also meets the community alignment goals of Polywog, and we have embedded Family Connects into Polywog so that we're able to leverage those funds to meet both program needs. As I mentioned, we've had all of our consultants trained as traditional health workers, and we are working through the contracting process with IHN-CCO to be able to access the alternative payment methodology for those services. And then the Early Learning Hub does provide additional funding through our family support funds. Since 2017, when our website went live, we currently have over 2,500 children and families in our database. Our staff have processed almost 1,500 service requests for families, and those are families who have come to us either over the phone or through the website asking for services. Our partners have sent another 615 referrals to each other through our closed loop referral system. We're partnered with 211 Info and Unite Us. We have listings on both systems, and our Polywog coordinator serves on the Unite Us advisory board. So she's able to help that work move forward. And, it's really important to us that Unite Us is effective because Polywog specializes in the early childhood services, and we want to have this system in place that we can refer families to for services that are outside of our scope of expertise. And the Unite Us platform meets that. And then Polywog has now been listed as a community resource in EPIC, our electronic health record system, and that allows our healthcare providers to send referrals directly to us. And then our data reports, our Polywog coordinator does a wonderful job of presenting reports to our Early Learning Hub Governing Board each month. And so her May report was looking at the types of referrals and service requests that we had received from April 2021 to April 2022. And actually tomorrow she'll be presenting our fiscal year end report to the board. So you can see the types of live in our region in May of 2021. And there have been over 300 referrals to Family Connects since it going live. And also, I think on this final year end report, the social media presence that we mentioned, as we try to engage with younger families and make this a part of what they can expect in our region, is this is just what you do as a new parent if you live in Lynn, Benton, or Lincoln counties. Our Facebook presence, over 2,600 engagements on Facebook. Instagram is new for us, and 754. And I apologize, everyone's picture is covering the other two. Give me a second. We also use Bright by Text, and we have a YouTube channel for informational videos. And the videos on YouTube we have a parent section, a partners section. So we have some training videos on how to use Polywog. And then we also just have some informational videos on there as well.
Okay, and we are just about out of time.
And I'm done, so I can take questions.
Okay, well, one question is, so have you seen the, needle move on anything? You've had a lot of referrals and all of that, but Peg Miller specifically said, has there been increased participation in parenting education and acceptance of home visiting as a result of Polywog? But what's sort of the end game if you've got 300 families being referred to Family Connects?
We are seeing a difference in our first year with the Albany community, we tracked how many classes were being offered in parenting education and then the enrollment participation. And we saw a 75% increase in enrollment in parenting education and a need to offer 12 additional classes and 6 in Spanish. So we're seeing not only parents accessing services, but greater need for services. Part of what we look at this model as being able to do is identifying gaps in services as well, that we're hearing directly from families. They're asking for something and we have nowhere to send them. And as we think about how do we prioritize hub targeted investments or other funding opportunities, grants that we may write, we're getting this information directly from families on what services they're looking for.
That's very exciting. Very exciting. So Pat, will you speak to Ann's question?
Yeah, thanks. I would say it's a little, Anne asked if this is really sort of at the initiative of CCOs that they're getting involved in these, or is there a push from us? I would say it's a little bit of both. The push from us, though, is more in the nature of creating ample incentives and requirements that there be conversations at the local level, requirements for investments, participation in community advisory committees, those kinds of things, where the idea is if you think of the CCOs and the hubs particularly as sort of parallel tables where there are topic specific conversations, and maybe even throw in hospitals with their local health improvement plans, the idea is to shove those tables close together so that the conversations begin to overlap. I think, and where it works best, you saw further in the comments that, for instance, you've got people at Advanced Health and All Care that are on the board for SOAB, and that's really kind of the perfect setup to be able to figure out where there are common interests. In theory, a CCO could say, hey, we need to make some investments that drive opportunities and success in childcare. But the reality is operationally that's going to work a lot better if people who do that work, are at a table with the CCO saying, hey, we got this idea of something we want to do. Can you make some investment in that? And CCOs should be able to see the value of doing that. But that would be it would be a lot to expect the CCO to try to drive that conversation in a region, even though you can kind of intellectually get to why they might. So what we've tried to do is try to increase the linkages and increase the requirements for investment at sort of the generic level, and then let those local conversations happen to figure out what are the best investments or strategies to happen to make that show up on the ground.
Yeah, Kali, thank you, Pat, for that explanation. Kali?
I have a follow-up question for Pat. I'm wondering if there are incentives without driving CCOs in terms of telling them what to do, if there can be incentives to focus dollars in the ECE space, because I think it's not often where they prioritize resources, and yet, the needs and I would say the emergencies start early. And so I'm curious if OHA can do more to sort of incent and encourage the CCOs to have more focus in that general area.
Yeah, I think the challenge for us from a broad health standpoint is there are lots of topics that need incentive. And so rather than us try to dictate that at the state level or incent it, we think the best place for that to happen is at that shoving those tables together so that local conversation is about what are the priorities in this region and how do we best invest to be able to make that happen.
You're saying hubs should be talking to their CCOs saying this needs to be a priority.
Yeah, and there should be.
And OHA could be saying, and you should listen to them.
No, that's right. That's right. And there should be some significant overlap in those in those actual tables. Again, pointing back to the membership and so that involves the CCOs, and it gets even easier if in the case of All Care and IHN, the CCO has a close organizational overlap with the local hospital healthcare delivery system, because that then gets into opportunity. It expands the easiness of having conversations about things like community benefit dollars and those sorts of things. I see Julie nodding her head, so I must be not.
Correct. Yeah. Huge. That's a huge benefit. Absolutely.
Great. And I see Sarah's saying that they're working with their CCO down on the South Coast as well, or their healthcare system, which is great. Christy, real quick question. You had great data on the increase in the demand for parent education. Is there anything on health outcomes for newborns, or, you know, all of those referrals that are prenatal or connected to the healthcare system?
We do not track the health data side of it. It's more about making the connections for the families. We've just now incorporated into our data system actually tracking the OHP member number and social determinants of health. So that is something that we're starting to look at as we move towards this alternative payment methodology and working more closely with our CCO.
The other thing that I might just add quickly is that, you know, there are several CCO quality metrics that are specifically related to early childhood. And our hub does have a healthcare integration committee. Specifically, they're focusing now on the kindergarten readiness, the new quality metric, and what that's going to look like, and how hubs and partners can participate and support that work. But one of the early wins that we saw through this collaboration was around a previous CCO quality metric around the ages and stages questionnaires, the ASQs, that take place, you know, between ages 0 to 3, and we really saw very strong ramping up and increases in our ASQ numbers in those early months and the first couple of years through this collaboration, and just that increased communication and outreach work going on across the sector. So I think that the model can be very effective in that way.
Yeah.
And following up on that, we also saw an increase in those families accessing early intervention, early childhood special education because of the increase in those ASQs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. Once again, another incredibly exciting program and model for all of us and for hubs around the state as well. So congratulations on putting that together. And Julie, congratulations on your retirement. I have a feeling Christy won't let you totally evaporate.
Thank you. It's been very enjoyable, rewarding work. And I really want to commend the work of the Early Learning Council and the hubs across the state, that this is really so important and so valuable. And so thank you to all of you for your great work as well.
Thanks, Julie. Thank you, Christy. Okay, council, I am guessing, yeah. Thanks for all the chat comments and questions, by the way. I guess we're going to have to rely on that because we're going to be over time on several other items, I'm guessing. But exciting work, hubs. We know why we've been anxious to talk with you for the last several months. And I think this will just be the beginning of many hub conversations. I know from council members that one of the things we're going to want to talk with staff about is, so we hear all of these great models and pilots that are going on around the state. So Alyssa and Carmen, how do we really try to multiply those? And I think many council members have asked that question, so we can have that conversation. Carmen, thank you for pulling together these presentations and working with our hub partners. We appreciate you doing that.
You're so welcome. And I really appreciate this conversation here. I know we're out of time, but really quick. And thank you so much for your question about how just exploring what the role is on all sides in terms of how we sort of push and pull our sector partners into hub work. That's so important. And we actually do have a dive into the CCO and hub partnership coming up that our team is going to be working on. And I think it would be amazing to look at across each sector what could be the role of the ELC in that, as well as our state agencies and others. So really appreciate that question. In putting together these presentations, there were so many examples of amazing cross-sector work. It was inspiring just to talk about it in order to think of what presentations we bring to you. So be on the lookout. I do actually have a packet of one-pagers about different cross-sector work at each hub that'll be going out to you, as well as at least one hub is going to be doing a recording of a presentation. And so we're thinking about how to share those videos too with you. So thank you so much. And I'm always here and happy to chat with anyone who wants to talk more about hub work.
Okay, thank you, Carmen. And just a final comment, one of the things we keep talking about as a council is the importance and actually the critical piece of the cross-sector work. And we've certainly seen that in every one of the presentations this morning is all 5 sectors that we partner with through council membership have been an integral part of the successful models that we've seen. So you agency representatives who are with us on this call, I just want to say thank you for your partnership. And obviously all over the state, having our staff and community members work together is what's making the difference for kids and families. So Claire and Pat and Alyssa, Colt had to run to another meeting. Thank you for being such an integral part of building this system. Very exciting. Okay, council, take a deep breath and we're going to move on. Of course, we ran over on that item, so we're going to try to see if we can make up a little bit of time here. As you know, I missed the last council meeting. I want to thank Peter again for chairing the meeting and doing a fabulous job. And I know you ended 17 minutes early. So I don't think that's going to happen today, but you never know.
I was going to say no pressure, Sue.
Exactly, Colleen. I've heard that from several council members. So reflections on the ELD/DELC presentation from last week. I want to thank, even though she's not here, Harriet for putting the great summary together. Obviously, you all were drinking from a fire hose. There was a lot of information presented. And this is just an opportunity to see if there are any pieces of it that you want to you have questions on. 2 of the questions that were asked are responded to in our handout. Alyssa provided responses, but are there other questions you want to raise or pieces of it that you would like to do more deep diving into at a future council meeting? Okay, when I talk to council members in advance of this meeting, one of the comments, Alyssa, was we'd love to have you and your staff let us know how we can support the work that they mentioned, because everything that they listed, and they did a fabulous job, the presentations were really well done, but every single program they talked about is something that's integral to building our system. So we're all very interested in them. So I think, anytime you or your staff want to come back to us and say, here's where we could really use some help, please know that we're open to that and actually looking for that. So know that. I guess one other comment, and we've heard it again today on the hub presentations, is a real focus on workforce development. That's such a barrier. It's universal. It's stopping services to kids and families. It's probably a top priority for the council, just in the conversations I've had. And our agency partners have certainly identified it as well. So anything we can do to try to move that forward. And the last thing from what I've heard from council members would be, figuring out what's this dashboard going to look like? What kind of outcome measures can we be looking for? I'm sure we'll talk about that at our retreat in October, but it's just sort of a heads up, Alyssa, I think, for you and your colleagues as far as some of what we're hoping to see in the future. And thanks, Claire, for being with us today. Peter, yes.
Thanks, Sue. Yeah, Alyssa, the presentations were great last month, and I can't get enough information about the coaching model and the work that's going to be done to try to support the classroom providers and childcare providers. So as that develops, I just really appreciate all the information that you can provide, letting us know how it's evolving.
Absolutely.
And if I could just jump in on that, I think what's been so interesting for me to understand is how there isn't a single model of workforce development. There's just so much innovation going on, and people, institutions are sort of trying something out if they can. If you're SOWIB or if you're the South Coast ESD, you're doing one thing, and if you're in a different place, you're trying something else. And so I think that's just going to be the way it has to be, because we're going to take anything we can to get this workforce developed, and whoever takes leadership wherever they're doing it, from whatever institutional entry point they are taking, we would welcome them. At the same time, we do have to kind of keep track of it and make sure we're not that we want to, I'm not concerned about quality control per se, but there is something that we have to be distilling at the meta level all the time. What's happening, what's being learned, where there's efficiencies in the system, what kind of institutional leadership is working best, and in what context, and so on. And so I like the idea of 1,000 flowers blooming, and I want us to keep track of it and learn from it and figure out how we make it more systematic.
Yeah, thank you for that call out. And that's a big part of what we're trying to do, is we're becoming DELC and having an actual data analytics team and having a QA team that's really looking across the agency, not just at childcare and licensing. It's also going to be a part of what we're trying to do in the 23 session, is starting to focus a little bit more on quality assurance. And now that we're growing and we do have a lot of irons in the fire, making sure we do have that way to track and measure. We're all aware of the key performance metrics that we're establishing, not just internally, but externally as well, and can continue to review and refine. And I think one of the things, with Serena on board that she and I are really interested in is, are we spread too thin? Do we need what has been more successful, and do we need to focus our capacity on those endeavors, pushing pause on others? I think it's also a great opportunity as we can get more data and show this is really working. I think the Polywog project is such a great way to see the benefits of the program. It also gives us a lot more information to come back to the legislature and say, you give us X number more people or X number more dollars, we can buy these other things, and this is what you'll see from it. So it's definitely going to be a focus of where we're going next, now that we've got so many initiatives underway.
I would just like to add something around the workforce piece, that kind of building on what Anne said. I also think from a system standpoint, we need to be looking at how are we engaging our system partners. I asked one of the Polywog folks, how is HEC supporting you? How are the workforce at the state level boards connected? And HEC isn't supporting them. And so it's like, well, why not? How are we? Because at the system level, that's where we have influence. And so I feel like it's really important that we're making that connective tissue across these system organizations and agencies.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is some work we're in the very preliminary stages of starting, now that the economic recovery plan has been released and named childcare as a key strategy to Oregon's economic recovery. I think it's a great opportunity to be really aware of all the different ways state agencies touch childcare, whether they realize it or not, and how we need to partner to really be intentional and thoughtful about working together
to address the workforce, but to address our childcare supply and making sure we're promoting healthy quality environments for kids across the state. So really appreciate that call out, Kali.
Yeah, and we've talked about HEC being a missing element on the council for years, a long time. So maybe it's never too late. Everything's timing, right? Perfect timing. Any other comments for Alyssa? And Serena, I just want to formally welcome you. I don't know if the council's met you last month or before. Okay, so no.
Yes, it would be great. Yeah. Sorry, I had to step away earlier. I would love to introduce Serena. We've been so excited to have her here, and it's been 29 days, Serena.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
And
29 days.
Great. And just tell us briefly, Serena, your position there.
I am currently the Deputy Director and Chief of Programs with Early Learning, and so excited to work with Alyssa and to really be back in this circle. A lot of you are so look familiar to me, so it's really nice to see Kali, Peter, and you too, Sue. It's been some years now as I'm coming from the governor's office and DAS, so I'm really looking forward to jumping in. And I can remember talking about HEC when early learning first started. So, so it has been a long time. So yeah, there's work to do, and I'm really excited about the work and really excited about the partnerships. And it was great seeing the hubs talk about the work that they're doing and collaborating, because that's really what CCOs were set up to do when we first started talking about them several years ago. Well, lots of years ago, over almost 20 years now. And so they're finally doing what we're set up to do. So that's really exciting. Seeing what we've done.
Well, we appreciate you having some history in this arena, which helps a lot. And it's going to be really fun working with you, Serena. So thank you for joining the team. Thanks. Okay, Council, obviously, if there is other feedback for Alyssa, you've got her email address. I am confident of that. One other update from the last meeting, and you probably all have seen this, is that I know the housing folks did a great presentation, Rick Ruzicka, on the co-location. And I understand the e-board did release the funds like a couple of days after the council meeting. So that's very exciting to see that project moving forward. So congratulations to that partner. The next item on the agenda is an update on the Early Learning Council's Home Visiting System Committee. You've got the update in your packets, so hopefully had a chance to take a look at both of those documents. I want to be sure to thank Anne very much for not only your thought partnership, you and Robin, but also for the funding that the Ford Family Foundation is providing to bring Christy Cox on as a consultant for this project. Many of us have worked with Christy in the past, so we know she's fabulous and is going to help facilitate the committee and the subcommittee, which is being called the working team. I also want to thank Peter and Peg for volunteering to be co-chairs of the council's Home Visiting System Committee. So we appreciate your involvement and leadership in that as well. And in light of time, let me just ask if council members have comments or questions about this overview that we put together. Obviously, we're going to be hearing a lot more about and from this committee in the months ahead, but because Christy's, I think, starting about next week. So we're moving, and her projected timeframe is that some recommendations, just preliminary ones, will be coming to the council by the end of this year, 2022. So we're going to be moving. Yes. Any comments or questions on that? Okay, you'll be hearing more from us. And Raise Up Oregon, Carrie, I think you're going to tell us how we're going to update this phenomenal national record strategic plan.
You all have a high-level summary document in your packet, but we wanted to share with you that drafting a second edition of Raise Up Oregon, just the initial steps are underway. So I think all of us know that Raise Up Oregon is Oregon's comprehensive state systems plan for early childhood, prenatal to age 5. And then it brings together government leaders from early care and education, K-12, health, human services, and housing. And that what we really want to think about for the second edition is how do we build on the work accomplished so far, but also reflect today's reality, vision, and strategies. The current plan ends in 2023, so we would like to have a second edition ready to go in 2023. So what's happening right now is that BUILD is working with the RUAC members to collect all the documents. We've been working with Remy Watts to really get seminal materials from each of those areas to really think about what is being stated around priorities, strategies, which communities in the state have they reached out to, what have they heard from communities and families, what have we already been told, and then come to you at your retreat in October with a set of themes and reflections from that analysis. And then from there, we'll start drafting a plan and go out to communities in the early part of the new year. So the document gives you a step-by-step of how we're thinking about it, but we just wanted to put it on your radar that we're starting the initial planning parts of getting to a second edition. David, did you want to add anything else?
I don't think he's still on.
Okay. All right.
I don't see him on my screen.
Can I ask a clarification question?
Yeah, go right ahead, Kelly.
So when you're visiting with different communities, does that mean you're sitting down with all the regional hubs, or are you sitting down with something else?
There's a couple of plans, and maybe Alyssa can speak to it, but there is a plan with the early learning hubs, and we're meeting with them in August to explore how that would work. We're also planning what you see in the steps of kind of figuring out community engagement right now is we're also meeting with RUAC members of where can they add additional resources, where are they already doing community engagement in the fall and the early winter, or where could they partner with hubs to bring constituents from their audiences together to also do it. So it's puzzle pieces that we're still putting together right now about how that will work, but the intent is a combination of hubs and our cross-sector partners.
And then the goal in terms of what you're collecting, what are you wanting to walk away from in terms of the information you're collecting through these meetings?
Well, right now, the information that we're collecting is any kind of written materials, plans, summaries of community engagement sessions that state agencies have already done. And then I think what we will do is work with the council in October on the themes and the kinds of things we took away from the analysis across the sector. And that would be that kind of information that we would take to the community. So we would start to say, here's what we did, this breadth of information, here's what we took away, ask communities, what did we get right? What did we miss? What's wrong about what we heard? And then as it was starting to take shape for the kinds of goals and visions we have for the plan, where would they give input on that process? But I think we want to verify from them kind of all the different things that have been heard so far and recognize that communities have given a lot of inputs to different parts of the state already. And so we want to analyze that and kind of give it back to them to make sure that part of the feedback loop is that we got it right.
Okay, so I guess the only thing I would say, I think that's important, and I don't know if this is part of, I'm trying to look, it doesn't explicitly say it, so I guess I'm going to offer that I think hearing from community is important, but so is hearing from providers. And so it's not clear to me that there's going to be a collection of information.
Right, I was summarizing too high up. Yeah, the goal is definitely families and providers and then other kinds of community leaders. So you're right, like there's the mix. Yeah, I was talking shorthand.
Well, and looking at the council members, I think each of you in your own networks and venues are getting a lot of input on what's needed for EC around the state, right? Or for putting a system together. So I think of every one of you, you may have input that you want to provide to Carrie and the team as they collect this information, because you've already done a lot of surveying. And Kelly, I know you're traveling all over the state talking to people. So I really look at council members as another key sort of input provider for this system, just in your own worlds, not sitting at a council meeting. So please keep that in mind as you do all of your own community engagement. And Peter, you met with what, 18 pregnant women the other day, and
we did interviews with 28 people total, 11 of whom were either pregnant or new moms. So I'll send the information to Carrie of the summary of it.
Yeah, so I'm also thinking what Remy and I could do is share back with everyone the complete list of what's been submitted to us by RUACT and what we're anticipating. And then that could let you see what we've received. And then that way you can say, oh, I want you to make sure, and you can add on what you would like Harriet, Remy, and I to do initially review this summer.
Okay, that would be great, Carrie. And Peter, I think sending that kind of summary information would be super. That's that direct family input that we desperately need. So thanks.
The information's a little overwhelming and it's not real encouraging. It's not real optimistic information, but it's good. It's good information to have.
You have to have it, yeah.
Right. That's the reality that people are living in, obviously. All right, council members and Serena and Alyssa and Remy, thank you very much for a wonderful morning, and Carrie for your continued leadership in a variety of ways. This afternoon, as you know, we're going to be hearing about the Early Childhood Equity Fund, some very exciting things happening. And they're bringing a panel with them. So we'll hear from actually some of the providers, is my understanding. And then we do have some rules that we need to adopt. And then if we have any time at the end of the meeting, I would really like to roll back to some of the hub presentations that we heard this morning and talk about, what kind of follow-up would we like to have, or where do we think we go with that hub information in the future. So we'll see if we have any time at the end. Okay, thanks you guys. We'll see you at 12:30. Have a nice lunch.
Hey, Sue, this is Angie. Yeah, I might be a few minutes late getting back. I'm going to run to another meeting. A lunch meeting at the conference. I'm not going to stay for it all, but I might be a few minutes late getting back. Okay, but I will be back.
Okay, no problem. And a lot of the information I think we'll hear at the beginning, Angie, was in our packet with their PowerPoint. So that's great. Okay. Thanks for prioritizing us.
Sure. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. All right, Remy, are you back?
I'm always here, Sue. I never left.
You never left. All right. What dedication. Okay, council, we are back. Just for everyone's information, Katie is out of town, so Katie Brooks, so not here today. George and Angie are at other obligatory meetings right now, and we'll be back shortly. So as always, kind of busy times. Anyway, welcome to the Early Learning Council meeting, Kimberly and all of your colleagues who are on this call at this point. We are very excited to see you all and to get updated on the Early Childhood Equity Fund. Council, you'll remember, well, and I'm sure Kimberly will give us background on where it came from and how we got here, and thank goodness for the Student Success Act, which has allowed all sorts of innovative programs to happen around the state. So Kimberly, I guess I will turn it over to you to lead us off. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Chair Miller, and welcome everyone, and good afternoon. First of all, my name is Kimberly, and I am the Early Childhood Equity Fund Program Manager at the Early Learning Division. I wanted to first start off and apologize for sounding stuffy. I'm feeling very under the weather, but I did not want to miss this opportunity of meeting with you all. And so I'm just going to apologize beforehand if you see me grabbing my cup of tea here to drink to warm my throat up.
Well, thank you for being here, Kimberly. In spite of all of that, we appreciate it.
Very, very excited to be here. Today, Portland State University, along with some Equity Fund grantees, will be here to share with you a very high-level overview of the Equity Fund Program Evaluation Report. Now, it's written in the rules that every odd year there's an evaluation that is to be conducted and a report is to be submitted to the legislature. And so in today's presentation, it will include information from the report, what's currently happening, the framework that's used, the very inclusive and collaborative process between PSU and the Equity Fund grantees, I would say the ELG group, recommendations from the report and so forth. And so before we start, I'd like for everyone to, if you have time to, I hope you all have already taken a look at it, but the Equity Fund documents that were provided in the packet by Remy. Remy, thank you for putting that all together. You will find a 2-page executive summary report of the evaluation, along with some Equity Fund program data. I thought it'd be really good information of what's currently happening for you all to get an update on the Equity Fund. To the ones that don't know, the Equity Fund was a part of the 2019 Student Success Act. And so we are in year 2 of the implementation of this program. And so it's been a very fun, interesting, rewarding experience, I would say. And so I'm very happy that PSU is our outside party and partner that's helping us conduct this evaluation. And so in the documents, you will also find a very high level Equity Fund Leadership Responsiveness Plan that states kind of the current status of the recommendations that were given from the report. And so very high level. And so as can be seen from the documents, we have currently 26 grantees. 16 of the counties are getting services that are being provided services in the state of Oregon. We have 3 of the 9 federally recognized tribes that are grantees, along with 2 Native American and Alaska Native programs. You will find the list of the grantees in the documents, along with the location in which the services are provided in the state of Oregon. And so, as you can tell, we still have a lot of work to do, but we are just in year 2. And so very excited for the continuous outreach that to try to get more Equity Fund grantees. And so you will also find the demographic breakdown of the children and parents that have been served up to date. Just a little background information, the target goal of the Equity Fund is to serve 2,500 children each program year. In the first year, we served over 3,000, and currently, as of last week, we've served over 3,500 children. Wow. And so, I mean, from that data alone, I mean, anyone could understand that there is an obvious need, in our state to continue providing culturally appropriate early learning services in our community. And by having PSU come and help do an evaluation and evaluating the program, it ensures us that we are meeting the needs. And then especially having the Equity Fund grantees be a part of that process is really allowing us to hear the voices of the communities, and we're able to evaluate them in a very inclusive and culturally appropriate way for all communities. And so PSU and the grantees will share more about their stories and kind of how this evaluation is going about. It's very new, very exciting. So glad to be part of this process. But then I'm just excited for them to share with you all what's been happening. And so moving forward, I'm going to go ahead and allow PSU to take over the floor now and kind of share the process in which they have gone through and are currently going through with the ELG team.
All right. Thank you, Kimberly, and welcome, Lorelei and Beth. We're delighted to have you with us. And Beth, it's always good to see you. It's been a while.
Thank you. It's good to be here. And Remy, can I share my screen for the slides?
You should be able to right now.
Okay, I'm going to do that. So hello, Chair Miller and council members. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Beth Green, and I'm the Director of Early Childhood and Family Support Services Research Team at the Center for Improvement of Child and Family Services at Portland State. And I'm really excited to share this with you today, and especially the second half, when I'll turn it over to my colleague Lorelei, who's going to talk with you more about the way that the work has been rolling out this year. And we have a number of our leadership group members here to talk about that as well. So I'm going to start off just by giving you an overview of the key activities. And here, let me just change this here. The activities from year one and some of the really high level key findings. We don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to move pretty quickly through those and orient you towards how we're approaching the work this year, which, as Kimberly says, feels really different than traditional evaluation, and we hope is something that maybe can be a model for other evaluation work moving forward that's designed in a more culturally responsive kind of way and really collaborates with grantee partners. Okay, so quickly, we at PSU knew that the equity fund evaluation needed to look different than traditional kind of state level evaluations. And we really wanted to be intentional about using a culturally responsive framework. So I'm going to give you an overview of that today and a different way of approaching evaluation. We also knew that we had to be responsive to the legislative requirements that were built in around evaluation and what indicators and kinds of data needed to be included in the statewide evaluation. So we really spent a lot of time during year one identifying a culturally responsive evaluation framework and approach, as well as doing data collection to respond to those legislative requirements, specifically around being able to really document the unique nature of the equity fund services being provided, to really dig into implementation process and successes and challenges that could be information that could be used to improve and strengthen supports for the grantees. And then as we move into years 2 and 3, we're really focusing on the outcome side. So year 1 was our process and implementation, and years 2 and 3 are really about understanding the kinds of outcomes that are appropriate, what are the important indicators for a program like this that's really quite different, and then how can we also continue to learn and really develop a better, more nuanced understanding of what it means to provide culturally specific early learning services. In developing the evaluation, we really acknowledge that much of the evidence base in early childhood is based on white researchers doing research on white families. So we really wanted to do some work that could help inform and expand that evidence base by really kind of taking apart and challenging, or at least questioning, some of the long accepted truths, in quotes, in the child development world. So that was part of our rationale for doing the research and evaluation differently. We ultimately landed on the equitable evaluation framework, which was developed by Ann Ishimuro up in the state of Washington for work that she's been doing with culturally specific families and organizations. It's a way of doing evaluation that really shifts power away from both the white systems leaders, traditional white systems leaders, and the university-based, primarily white dominant researchers into the hands of the grantees and communities for making decisions about evaluation and what's meaningful and what the data means and who owns the data. The model is quite complex, but this gives you a little overview. I think a couple things to notice here is that it's a cyclical process of developing questions about the work, prioritizing those questions, really engaging with the grantees and with the families and communities around collecting the data, interpreting the data, going on to make sense of the data, We know the data never stands alone. The data is always about who's interpreting it and what stories are implicit in that data. And so in this process, we really want that process to be in the hands of the grantees who know the work and know the communities. And then it links to action. So really thinking about what does this data tell us needs to happen in order for grantees and families to be successful? And then how do we get action in response to the information that's being collected through the evaluation? Okay, so that's enough about the framework, and Lorelei is going to talk much more deeply and with her colleagues from the early learning or equitable evaluation leadership group around what that's looking like and how that process is rolling out this year. I'm going to go back and share some of the highlights from the year one evaluation, which of course was during 2020 and 2021, very challenging year to be starting up a new program. And I think that context is important in thinking about the huge successes that Kimberly already alluded to. One of which was just the ability of these new grantees to get up and running and started and providing these very nuanced, very culturally grounded early learning services that organizations really understood the communities they were working with and were really adapting and thinking outside the box around how to make those services appropriate and supportive of those communities. I'm going to have some quotes up here. I'm not going to read them to you, but I hope as I'm talking that you take a look at them and read them, because I think the grantee voices tell the story much better than I can. Kimberly alluded to this already. So we had over 3,000 families served in the first year. And what this chart highlights for you is the fact that because these programs are based in the community and built on existing relationships with the priority communities for these grants, you can see that the green bars here are the statewide population of children in each of these racial and ethnic groups. The purple graph is the numbers or the percentages served by the ESEF grantees. And you can see for every category, even though some of them are small, the grantees are serving a higher than would be expected proportion of children of color across these major categories. So I think that's a huge success for the first year of programming. The other thing that was a huge success for the grantees that we heard a lot about in the evaluation was their ability to really build and expand the linguistically and culturally diverse workforce. There was a lot of challenges for grantees in hiring staff during the COVID, or especially those early days, but I'm sure still. But really the amount of support and training that they did to bring providers of color and linguistically diverse providers into the early learning workforce to support them and train them, and then really keep an eye out for their holistic well-being, which I think was especially important during COVID, but is always important for building that groundwork for staff retention, which we know is a core part of quality early learning services. There was just incredible success stories shared with us. A third big success for year one was the real ability of these grantees to partner with other organizations in their communities to really be responsive to families' needs. So we saw all kinds of different partnerships with existing organizations such as school districts, libraries, food banks. We also saw incredible flexibility in their ability to use program funds to really meet families' needs in ways that maybe wouldn't have been anticipated if it had not been for the impact of COVID on these communities. So they were just really able to build trust with those communities and those families by being able to respond to their needs and give the families the services that they really needed during that extremely stressful time. And in terms of challenges, I don't think I need to go much further than talking about reminding us all, if we need reminding, of all of the things that were happening in 2020, 2021 around not just the challenges of any program getting started up with new grantees who were not familiar with, many of them not familiar with state funding streams and all of the requirements, but also to do that in the context of COVID and shifting to virtual services, and then the sort of compounded community trauma related to the George Floyd murder and the Black Lives Matter movement and protests and all of that was going on really was stressful for both the organizations, the staff that they supported, and the families. So huge number of challenges, which are important to considering the huge number of successes that we saw for the grantees. Okay, I'm going to move along. I'm going to leave you with 2 slides and then turn it over to Lorelei. First of all, just some high-level recommendations, things that were particularly important and we see as particularly important in terms of ongoing supports for the ECF grantees, mostly related to infrastructure and investments. One of the things that we really heard a lot about was not only the evaluation doing things differently, but ELD doing things somewhat differently and really providing just an incredible amount of one-on-one TA and support from Kimberly and her team for these new grantees, and really helping them to be more set up for success. And I think that's really important to keep in mind as you think about, as the state may think about expanding program capacity and service capacity, that it's not enough just to fund more slots if you don't also fund infrastructure, training, TA, and support for the grantee organizations, that you're potentially setting these organizations up to fail. So that's just been really important, and I think a key piece of what's been going on with the grantees and why they've been able to be successful. And then the last thing I want to talk about is the leadership responsiveness plan. Kimberly mentioned this. This is a process that we've been trying out as a mechanism for building transparency and creating more accountability around linking evaluation findings to action by the funders and other policymakers. And so we've developed leadership responsiveness plans specifically for ESEF based on the recommendations that came out of the report. And are working with Kimberly and the ELD learning team to really think about what does it mean to move those recommendations forward, and how can there be more transparency with grantees and with families who continue to provide data and information, but oftentimes don't see action that looks like it reflects what came out of these evaluations. So we're really trying to move this process forward to increase accountability, build trust, and hopefully create more change based on data that comes out of statewide evaluations like this one. Okay, I think I'm going to turn it over to Lorelei. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And we're going to hold questions to the end. So if you have any quick clarifying questions, I can address those, but otherwise, please hold them to the end. Lorelei?
Cool. I will share my screen. All right, so thank you, Chair Miller, members of the council. My name is Lorelei Mitchell, and I am co-lead on the PSU side for the ESEF evaluation. And I am specifically supporting the evaluation design work. So I'll be speaking on behalf of our whole team supporting that work today, calling out here Amber Richardson and Alexis Guevara, who are also on the call. And I'm going to try to move pretty quickly through the material that I have to share so that I can turn it over to 3 of the real thought leaders who are here today, who are really driving the process. And that would be Lynn Brown, Black Parent Initiative, Valerie Switzler, Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, and Amina Leary, Self-Enhancement Incorporated. So we thought we would start off by just giving you an overview of the basic structure and composition of the leadership group, which we call the ELG for short, just to be extra confusing with ELD, ELC. We've gone down a rabbit hole with acronyms. But as you know, the evaluation is being led by representatives of the participating grantee organizations. and 10 organizations in all have volunteered to lead this work. Each organization was asked to make at least a one-year commitment, and to support this participation, we were able to provide a $4,000 annual stipend. So it renews each year. For the meetings themselves, we contract with a bilingual bicultural facilitator, as well as a Spanish language interpreter. The PSU team likewise has bilingual bicultural staff to support communications outside of that meeting structure. And all materials are always provided in both English and Spanish just by default. As a basic accountability mechanism, each ELG meeting is also followed up with a meeting feedback survey, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about a little later in the presentation, because we think it's a really crucial part of the process. Also, just to note that PSU and the ELG are making multiple efforts to also involve the broader group of grantees. For example, by providing regular updates to the group, as well as seeking input at Kimberly's regular monthly ELD webinars. So Beth already shared with you some of the key activities and findings from year one of the evaluation. What I would like to do now is just go a little more in depth regarding a really crucial piece of that process, which was vetting this evaluation framework that we proposed using. So this was a real kind of rubber hits the road moment for the PSU team. It's one thing, right, to say we're going to co-design an evaluation, and everybody is co-designing right now. Toss around these words like equity and culturally responsive, and an altogether different thing, right? To figure out in real life, in partnership, what that actually looks like and requires in practice, especially for a white dominant organization such as our own, with white leadership such as myself and Beth. So in our initial conversations with the ELG members about the framework, we got feedback that folks generally liked and appreciated the approach, and were likewise both surprised to be asked and gratified to offer feedback. At the same time, it was clear that simply offering a compelling framework was not enough. So folks asked us to really go deeper and to bring greater transparency to where we as PSU were coming from. So in other words, to name our power and positionalities, to share our experiences or lack thereof with doing work this way, and to be clear about our own internal organizational history and equity commitments. So in response to this feedback, the PSU team really had to take a pause and engage in some deep introspection and considerable discussion to clarify for ourselves what we were bringing. We ultimately drafted and shared with the ELG a written statement of our understandings and commitments, and then engaged in another follow-up round of conversations with each leader to see how this was all landing. And ultimately, the ELG did give the thumbs up to the proposed framework, but I think most important really was this gift of feedback and the call for accountability from the ELG. I think it was this that really opened the door to the possibility of authentic partnership. So fast forwarding to year two, the ELG began to meet regularly as a group to engage in the nuts and bolts of this design work. The first few months were dedicated exclusively to relationship and community building, sort of figuring out how we all wanted to work together, how we would make decisions, and more recently, looking at issues around shared ownership and coordinated communication. The next step was to identify our central research questions and the key domains for data collection. And right now, as we speak, we are in the thick of measurement design, adapting and or creating data collection tools for the evaluation. So these tools will be pilot tested with families this winter, as well as shared with the broader group of grantees for additional feedback and revision. So as I mentioned earlier, all throughout this process, we have been checking in with the leadership group using this feedback survey. And I'm obviously not going to read through all of these items, but I thought you might be interested to see the whole tool. I would just highlight from our experience the importance of being really intentional in checking in about cultural and linguistic responsiveness, experiences of belonging or not, experiences of respect, acknowledgements of expertise, and authentic experiences of shared decision-making, knowing that these things could easily go off the rails at a moment's notice, and that we need to be doing this continual work of listening harder, acknowledging, and working to repair mistakes as they inevitably happen. And this is actually just to show you the open-ended questions that are also asked as a part of this feedback tool. And also I should just mention, folks are always welcome and invited to just reach out to the team to have a conversation. Not everybody loves surveys, so there are other ways to offer your feedback. If anything does come up in terms of a potential issue, anything that we flag from the survey, we bring it back in front of the group at the next ELG meeting to do collective problem solving around it. So looking a little bit into the future here, once the design process itself is completed, the intention is for the ELG to continue providing leadership on all subsequent phases of the work. So for example, providing feedback and adjustments to the data collection tools and processes as we start to roll them out and see how they actually work, engaging in collective data interpretation, co-creating recommendations, co-authoring reports, and collaborative communication of findings. Last but certainly not least, we also wanted to highlight that this evaluation also includes a really crucial process study component, in addition to the outcome study that is currently being co-designed. In particular, and in alignment with the priorities that have been identified by the ELG, the process study is really focused on generating in-depth understandings of culturally specific ECE, sort of adding to the literature, adding to our field's understanding in that regard, as well as the big picture contextual factors and system level barriers experienced by marginalized communities. So in other words, we are looking not only at the performance of culturally specific ECE, but at how dominant systems need to change in order to acknowledge and better support the brilliance and strengths of non-dominant children, families, and communities. And with that, I just wanted to end with this beautiful quote from an ELG member. I could never do justice to this quote, so I'll let you read it for yourselves. But I also wanted to express on behalf of our team our deep gratitude to the ELG in choosing every time we meet, just twice a month, to take a risk on PSU, to hope and dream with us that we really can together do research and an evaluation in a new way that is autonomizing, that is potentially healing, and that hopefully facilitates genuine learning and growth. For me personally, this is really some of the most meaningful work I've been involved with. So a huge thank you to everybody. And with that, I'm going to stop sharing and turn it over to Lynn.
Wow, let me just say what a remarkable quote that was that you just shared, Lorelei. I mean, that is very affirming and must be very encouraging for your whole team to get that kind of feedback. I have a feeling many teams could learn from your experience. So once again, figuring out how do we share what you're learning in this field will be, I think, another benefit of the program. Okay. Excuse me. Now,
okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Miller and members of the council. My name is Lynn Brown, and I'm the Chief Director of Programs and Operations at Black Parent Initiative. I'm here today pretty proud to represent the collective work and voice an opportunity I've gained as a member of the Evaluation Leadership Group that has been sponsored by Early Childhood Equity Fund. I just want to say that being able to come from a Black organization and come and represent myself unapologetically was one of the first things that was refreshing in being a part of this group. And I believe that was the experience of a lot of the other culture-specific organizations. We are in the business of centering and equipping our most cherished children and families in a ways that centers and equips them in the ways that historically and traditionally how we move, how we be. And so being able to do that again was a gift. Specifically again, as using our model, Dr. Joy DeCruz's research on post-traumatic slave syndrome and how historical racial trauma and traumatic impact has impacted our families and communities and stakeholders and partnerships. That framework isn't always welcomed, and I see a shift happening in our state, and it's refreshing and exciting. There's a lot to still unpack as we localize what that means in Oregon and how that's shaping our families, their success, and what's happening. But again, being able to be in community and build trust and to be able to hold each other accountable as we navigate the systems that have already been created, allow community members, allow advocates, allow us to really show up fully the ways that we need to. I think for me, the highlight of this, and I am a little nervous. I don't know why I'm nervous, but these things always make me nervous. But one of the highlights for me was when I was able to redesign an actual listening session as we were planning how it was going to go down with our families. I knew that we needed to have, first of all, our home visitors be present. I knew that we had to prep our parents and get their permission to come. We needed to let them know. I wanted to know what we could guarantee as a result. They want to know what's going to happen after we share this information. And that really leveraged the conversation. I believe they were able to be more open, more honest, more transparent, because they know if and when this money comes or goes, that we're going to be here. And so holding us accountable, to hold you all accountable, really was refreshing to be able to say, yeah, we can trust this fund. We can trust the Early Learning Council. Things are changing, and it's a new day in a way that we want to position you and pivot you to actually be heard and to use your voices. I think there's a lot we're still learning as we begin to kind of dip into the water together. Just recently, I was at Atlanta at the King Center and was reminded of beloved community and how important it is to us to remember that it is really going to be the work of all of us, and that we can't point fingers at each other. We need to point fingers at the problem. And so I think there's a lot, even me as a Black woman, doing my healing so that I can show up strong and present and real in places that have historically traumatized me and my family, to know that as a human being, I'm called to still show up for humanity. And my wish is that the council and that you would continue to fund the CEF for us to be able to practice that and to do that. So it's been a privilege, and I'm looking forward to doing more good work together.
Thanks, Phelan. What great comments and testimony. I love that it's a new day. Yes.
Valerie, did you want to jump in?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair Miller and Early Learning Council. I just want to say first how much I appreciate you folks taking the time and being with us today. I'm, the whole process of not only receiving an equity grant and then being part of this survey, our evaluation team has been wonderful. I'm the grant itself helped us build capacity in the Warm Springs community to ensure that our children have language and culture and tradition introduced to them, not only through their families, but in the community. And so, as we work towards building speakers and building cultural specialists and, ensuring that we pass this on to our children, helps us preserve that sovereignty that we hold onto dearly, which we've held on since the Treaty of 1855. And so I'm really thankful that I was able to be a part of this process. And one of the questions that I attempted to address in my own thesis was, do we as a people have the boldness to turn the research lens on our own communities? Because we were, ever since that I can remember, we have always been surveyed, we've always been researched, we've always had, evaluations done to us, if that makes sense. And we really didn't have that opportunity to take that lens and formally put it and turn it towards ourselves, so that we can measure those successes that we find in the community that makes us a good Warm Springs woman, a good Wasco woman, or a good person in the tribe. And so taking that lens and being able to turn it on ourselves and work towards what it is to be a good person in our society, I think that has been very crucial for us. And as we are forever looking for a way to build speakers in our community, some of the equity work that we've done by building capacity in our community has come because we weren't able to receive an A&A grant. An A&A grant, you only have like a 9% chance of winning an A&A grant, and that's throughout the nation, the 500 nations. That's and over 100 and some people apply. So you only have a very small chance of receiving an A&A grant, which is money that was carved out to build language speakers in our communities. And so, when this funding came along and we were able to build capacity in our own early childhood center, it was so meaningful for us because as our workforce grew older and they start leaving the program, we knew that we were in a lot of trouble. And then, all of a sudden here comes COVID, and 22 of our people passed away in 1 year, and 3 of them were our language teachers. And so we were devastated by, what happened in our community. But, as resiliency, as time, we continue to do the work because that's the love that we have for our children. That's the love that we have for our community and the love that we have for our language. So, I really do appreciate being a part of this process. I know that the others will have a lot more to say, but I just wanted to share with you why I felt it was important to be a part of this process as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Valerie. Thanks for being involved and carving out the time to be a part of this group. Obviously, your input is very, very valuable. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Now we have Amina.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Miller and council members. Thank you so much for allowing us all to be here and truly share from our heart. I think that for me is the one. I too am nervous and I get long-winded. I don't know who decided to make me laugh last, but somebody play the music if it gets to be a thing. That's my thing. I own it. It is what it is. But I would like to say, like, I think for me, the biggest deal about all of this with regard to participating or having the opportunity to participate inside the ESEF funding opportunity is to do a new thing. Not do a new thing inside of just Oregon, but honestly, truly for me, do a new thing inside my own backyard. I am, for all intents and purposes, lack of a better term, a Portland kid. And so for me, it means a lot. The feelings run deep, the intention runs deep, the passion runs deep. I had an opportunity to go to high school somewhere else and get out of Portland. And I think that saved me, because one thing that I think Portland children don't get an opportunity to experience is truly visualizing, realizing, and seeing in real life the potential that they can be all and everything. I am raising 3 young children myself. My children were not born in Oregon, but relocated in 2019. They come from a space where their pediatrician was Black, their bus driver was Black, their principal was Black, their teachers have been Black, you know, their Kroger checkout person was Black. Like, they can be whatever. And yet, coming back to Portland, I've had to be incredibly intentional about where they go to school, what extracurriculars they participate in, who they spend their time with, because it is important for me as a mother that my children don't lose that sense of self-awareness and value. This is not a place that cultivates excellence or instills value in young people who look like me. And that is what I want to change. I serve an agency that I am proud to serve. They've been a part of the Portland community for quite some time. A lot of what we do comes with evaluation, comes with, you know, some shoulda, woulda, coulda. And for me and this particular program team, we see this as an opportunity to truly empower, without judgment, without evaluation, without telling someone who they should be or how they should show up. Our goal and what we are most proud of with regard to this funding and the freedom attached to this funding is that it has provided the opportunity for us to serve our people on our terms in the best ways that serve them. I think it's no simpler than that. Everyone participating in this is serving their community in an incredibly different capacity, but it is incredibly amazing. It is incredibly impactful because they know how to serve their people. And I think if we can get away from documents and rubrics and all sorts of things that ultimately don't impact the bottom line, which is the service, which is the empowerment of, I think we can be successful. I look forward to this work growing. I look forward to this community growing. And I look forward to being a part of it. So without all the extra, because I feel like I'm starting to ramble, thank you all so much. And look forward to doing more work with you all.
Well, I certainly wouldn't say there was any rambling in that, Amina, just to be really clear about that. That was a wonderful testimonial, and thank you for coming back to Portland. That took a brave leap.
God is real, cousin.
Wow, amazing. All 3 of you are amazing women and leaders. So tell me, Kimberly, next steps here. Are you ready for conversation and questions and interchange with council members, or Beth and Lorelei, are there other pieces you want to present first?
For presentation purposes, that's all that we have for today. And so now would be, you know, if anyone has any questions, any council members, you know, Chair Miller, if you have any questions, now would be the time. I know that we're right at our time, but then we're here to answer any questions, or if we don't have enough time, I will put my email down below and feel free to email me as well.
Okay, well, we're going to forget the time. We've been intending to do that the rest of this meeting, so why not continue that? just such inspiring presentations. Council members, comments, questions, reflections, applications to your own worlds. There's so much here. Peter.
So this might have been covered, Kimberly, but this report's excellent, and it's great to hear about the progress that's been made. What do you do with this now besides tell the Early Learning Council? Does this go to the legislature? And how does this fit into the kind of the expansion of the program?
So the report was submitted, it was submitted as of September 2021. And so that was already sent in. And then what happens is it goes back to leadership responsiveness plan. You know, there's the key recommendations and what are we going to do internally at the ELD to look at the findings, look at the recommendations, what are our next steps. And so my team has already been moving on next steps, you know, working on how we can resolve some of the recommendations. Like, for example, there's a recommendation that was on the database that we were using. How can we make it more friendlier to use? And so we've switched platforms. We switched everything to digital and virtual webinars, everything, different portals so that people could just access it easily wherever they go, instead of having to scan, document, upload, like reducing any barriers we can. We had a recommendation of having a place for the grantees just to meet with each other, connect and network and find out what they're doing. We've implemented that in our webinars where we extended it for an additional 15 minutes for them to connect with each other. We've had them present at the webinars on their services they're providing so they get to educate each other on what each program is doing, because like what was shared, every program is so different. And every program is truly meeting the needs of their own community. I mean, if I talk to this grantee, there is nothing about this other grantee that is alike, you know, besides the heart, the passion that the agencies have for servicing these communities. And so we have done everything we can so far, and that we're continuing to do as well. And so for ELD internally, we're working on next steps. And so that's what the leadership responsiveness plan is. And it's a way for the grantees to know where we're at. They'll see, oh, Kimberly hasn't worked on that yet. Her team hasn't worked on that. That's going to be next step. Oh, she's already moved the dashboard to a platform that we can. Great. She's already added that. And so, and it's kind of like we're in year 2. We're building the airplane while flying it as well. And so we are very responsive to feedback from the grantees. And so once we get a feedback, makes sense, we change it immediately. And so the grantees know once we're all about getting feedback and we'll make changes. And so that's what next steps are, is ELD making the changes that we need to in our internal systems, and then providing that transparent conversation of where we're currently at.
Thank you.
Great question, Peter. Alyssa, a question for you. As I looked at the recommendations in the summary document, I guess it's the one submitted to the legislature in September, several of them certainly relate to, you know, more TA supportive, needing more ELD capacity to support the grantees, especially if we're hoping that this program is going to expand, which I'm sure we all hope it will. So can you talk a little bit about, because it comes back to funding probably, and also related to that is staffing. So can you talk to us a little bit about your plans or hopes for that?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple things going on. One, we're moving the equity fund into our program unit because we don't want to say that equity fund sits in the equity team because it's got equity in the title. This is a program, and there's so much good learning that you've all heard today that we can lift and apply in other parts of our program operation. So I think that's going to be a really exciting shift. And I know Serena and I have been talking about, now that she's here, how do we look at the existing capacity we have, and are there efficiencies we can find to build capacity within what we already have for the Early Childhood Equity Fund, but for our other programs as well. I think the one piece that was really lifted up as a need was the need for data analytics and kind of research and report tracking. So we're working on incorporating that into the data analytics structure that we're building in DELC, and that team that we're hiring for. So I think one of my hopes is, as we're becoming DELC and start to stand up some of our own systems and structures and develop our own processes, we're going to see some capacity through that. And then I think as we push for continued expansion next session, that's going to give us a much clearer sense of what is needed within this new DELC structure to continue to support the Early Childhood Equity Fund, because Kimberly does an incredible amount of work. Adina, her grant manager, does an incredible amount of work. And it's been really exciting to kind of see that integration with our other programs and start thinking about program administration differently.
Yeah, boy, Serena, you came on just in time. Kali, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I apologize because I lost connection and I'm on my phone now. So hopefully everybody can hear me okay.
We can see you too.
Okay. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who presented, because the power of your words, I think, was tremendous. And I also want to acknowledge the historic nature of this fund. It is, I think, a first of its kind in Oregon, and the significance of that. I think all of you, my council colleagues, know that, but I had the privilege of being involved in the passage and then sitting on the rulemaking committee, and it's just so wonderful to see how it's come to fruition. I guess my main comment is, I think it's really important that we take the lessons and the things that we're learning from this fund and from the evaluation process and see how we apply it to other funding and other work that we are doing in the program area. Lynn mentioned the post-traumatic slave syndrome that Joy DeGruy has done. That was ahead of its time. That research came prior to there being ACEs and a lot of the stuff that neuroscience is showing us now. And it came from community, because that's what community does. And it was never given the voice and attention because it was coming from a disenfranchised community. And yet now we have people like Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris who substantiates, and the ACEs study that substantiates all of what Dr. DeGruy, who's in Oregon, knew all along. And I think that is the power of having program that is rooted and embedded in culturally specific community. And so there's so much that I think we can learn from this as a council and as a department, the Department of Early Learning and ODE. And so my hope is that there will be ways that tether it. And then the last thing I would say, as I've been traveling in the state, some of the same narratives that I see, and I will speak for my own community, in the Black community, I also see in rural communities. So this translates over into different communities. The same approach of listening to community, empowering, believing their story, letting them lead the evaluation has to be done in, I think, our rural areas as well. So I just think this is a template that we can really build off of to be better as a state in how we work with children who are most, I think, affected and impacted.
Yeah, well said, Kali. And I think that's going to be the multiplier effect of this really wonderful, innovative work, transformational work that you all are doing. So we do have to move on. We've got some rules that we need to review and adopt today. I want to thank all of you for being with us, for presenting, for the incredibly important work that you're doing. It's very inspirational for all of us, and we'll look forward to working with Alyssa and her team and Kimberly in lots of follow-up to this. So thank you all very, very much. Wonderful work. Oh, Peter, sorry. I just saw your hand up. Oh, thumb. You're agreeing. Okay. Thanks, everybody. All right, Council, we now need to go to our administrative rulemaking. As you know, we have several sets of rules in front of us today, some to be adopted and then some just looking ahead to future rulemaking. And we're going to start with the school age center rule set. And Alicia, I think, is with us again. Yes, she is. welcome again. And council, I just want to draw your attention to the public testimony that was submitted regarding these rules that Remy sent out before the meeting. And I assume it's on our website, Remy, so people can access it because some of it is related to this rule set on school age centers. So Alicia, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Great.
Let me see if I can do this correctly. All right. Can everybody see my slides?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Chair Miller and members of the council. I'm Alicia Gardner. I'm the Acting Office of Child Care Director. And I'm really excited to be here today to request the Early Learning Council review and adopt rules for school age centers. Our model for building this rule set is something that worked extremely well in OCC. And I think that you will find that reflected in the testimony you received. Before I jump into today's presentation, I just wanted to publicly say thank you to our external interested parties who really did assist in the creation of this rule set. Together, we intentionally built a rule set that is specific for school age children and programs. And in working with the program leaders in the creation of this set, I've grown to learn what strong professionals are holding up this type of care in the state. I'm deeply grateful for their contribution to children's growth and development and the lens they have for best practice, and the expertise and time they brought to ELD to create this rule set with us is really appreciated. We have roughly 250 licensed school age programs across the state. And we heard from individuals and organizations who represent about 145 of these programs. So roughly 60% of the licensed school age care in this state, along with many other recorded programs who want a pathway to licensing, had a hand in giving feedback to this rule set. I also want to acknowledge and thank Boys and Girls Club for their testimony received yesterday. We want to work with Boys and Girls Club on how rules could work in their program settings. But for today, we recommend that the Early Learning Council adopt the rules in the current state. And we commit to come forward for future recommendations from additional discussion with them. Okay, so moving on to the slide. We showed this to you last month, but just to give a reminder, these were some of the guiding principles we used with our external interested parties as we were creating this rule set. The rule set is intentionally built for school age programs. We removed many requirements that are either duplicative or unnecessary in public school settings. We examined qualifications and adjusted rules based on the available workforce to align with feedback from those subject matter experts. We focused on age appropriateness of the rules as they relate to school agers. We clarified which rules apply to the school age programs versus infants and toddlers and preschoolers with this rule set. And then we put in different requirements for full day as well as mornings and afternoons. We tried everywhere we could to take a plain language approach and clarify existing OCC policies and practices. We reorganized things in a more logical manner within the rule set. And wherever we could, we took the opportunity to align with Caring for Our Children best practices, as well as other rules from different states that are aligned with best practice. So just a little bit of more information is just that this set aligns, serves for ages 5 to 12 only. It is held under the Certified Center statutes. A school age center is still certified with OCC. The licensing, renewal, and application process will not change with this rule set. And we intend to have these rules take effect January 1st, 2023. That gives us 6 months of time to work on implementation because there will be significant technology changes we have to engage in with our database. So I just wanted to throw out some examples of what we mean by some of the guiding principles that I put on the previous slide. So when I say we take a plain language approach, I wanted to show some examples of what that looks like within the rule set. The first example I have for you is related to exclusionary symptoms when children are ill. So what we did is we partnered with the lovely folks over at OHA to give us their criteria and align it with public schools and what public school exclusion criteria looks like. And we took the opportunity to put in what it would take to have a child back into care. So there's no longer this guessing, asking around, asking a licensor, trying to figure out like, when can a child come back into care? We've put it into rule so it's crystal clear for everybody and we can all follow the same guidelines. In addition, another example of a plain language approach is related to the concept around positive guidance. What does that actually mean? Our prior rule set in centers does talk about positive guidance and it's a requirement, but we really took the time to dig in and define what that means for what your policy around positive guidance and discipline would look like. So as you can see, it is longer, but we hope that providing this information outward will really put everybody on the same page to truly define, like, what are we looking for when we talk about positive guidance? And one other example on a plain language approach is related to this concept of plans. So in our current center rulebook, there's a lot of talk around you need to have a plan approved by OCC. In many cases, we tried to take that language out and put in just what would OCC be looking for in a plan. So here's an example of one related to bathroom use for school agers, which allows now for children to take 5 minutes to go have some privacy in the bathroom. Rather than having a written plan regarding that, we've just said they can go for 5 minutes. If they're not back within 5 minutes, you need to be checking up on the children. So this is another example of how we've really just put in, what do we mean when we say certain things? And we've tried to pull things apart, untangle them, and say what we're actually looking for. Okay, so clarification of existing OCC policy and practice. What I've thrown up here on this slide for you today is one of the things that we've done to clarify our exception that we have. We have a standardized exception around the use of public parks instead of a program having their own controlled outdoor space. So rather than using that through an exception process, we've just taken the time to put it into rule and say, if you can meet all the things from A through I, then you can go ahead and just use that public park. And doing that's going to create more efficiencies in our system, and it's going to keep us all consistent as well. We feel like, particularly when we're in this age of finding childcare capacity and building it wherever we can, we want to be flexible as possible when it comes to creating spaces. And if there is a public park that children can walk to, rather than having it in a controlled space, then we are all for that, as long as there are some safety measures in place. All right, in this rule set, it's significantly reorganized compared to the center rule book. So I kind of threw up on here what that means. So on the left-hand side, under the current CC rules, you'll see that there are policies kind of folded throughout all the different sections. So for every section, you have a certain amount of policies that you have that you're required to write for if you're a director or something, or a program owner. And now we've put them all under a section called center management. So when a provider wants to look up what policies do I need in order to be successful with the rules, they only have to look in one place. So we're hoping that this reorganization will help with the success of understanding our rules, with us being able to teach programs what they need to be successful. We have one reference point within the rule book. So we're really excited about the reorganization. Okay, I threw an example of how we further aligned with caring for our children as well as best practices. So in this rule set, we've referred back to best practice for caring for our children often. In particular, where adult-child relationships are concerned, we now have this new section on creating a climate for healthy child development. We know that positive interactions with adults contributes to better outcomes in children, and bringing these in as requirements begins to address what we know works for children's mental health, in addition to traditional health and safety. In particular, we now have requirements that call on programs to consider a child's culture, background, family values in this rule set. And you'll see later on in the slides more information of how we will introduce foundational anti-bias practices and inclusion in this rule set as well. All right, in this rule set, we have an entirely new position structure. This really was built with the people who are out there trying to hire staff and are not being very successful in our model at the moment. So we did rebuild the new position structure completely. You will see now that there are 3 positions in the school age license structure: assistant program leader, and program coordinator. And here you can see the different things that they oversee. And what I can say is assistant program leader is really the entry level. Program leader, in essence, is the day-to-day function of the program, and program coordinator is similar to what we call a multi-site coordinator today. And here's just some more information regarding the positions. In particular, I would like to bring your attention to the middle of the screen under program leader. This is a pathway we created with programs on how to get program leaders hired and in place sooner than what we have currently. So we did build this after an exception that we currently have at OCC. It's a standardized school age teacher exception where an individual can have 60 hours of experience working in the facility and completion of 20 clock hours of training focused in school age childcare under each of these core knowledge categories listed 5 clock hours each. And so in doing that, we're creating a pathway where an individual can do a lot of training up front, get some orientation to the program, and then they're able to function as a program leader. And what we've heard from working with these programs is this is something that they need in order to stay open, particularly in our rural communities. We have heard loud and clear that it is very difficult to hire anybody with the right experience. So we are hopeful and excited that this will create an additional pathway in order to get these programs running so that families can access childcare. In addition, I just have here some information on the ongoing training. So very similar to what we have now, 15 ongoing hours of training per year for program leaders and program coordinators, in addition to all of the pre-service requirements that would be required for the positions. So another really awesome thing that I think that we've accomplished with this is removing the difficult or duplicative requirements in public school settings. So you will find throughout the rule set that playgrounds, planning and zoning requirements, fire marshal inspections, sinks and bathroom fences, required postings, immunizations, and storage of potentially hazardous materials are all a little different if you are operating within a public school. And the reason for that is we've heard pretty loud and clear that these things are not under the control of the program when they're operating in those settings. And so what we have really done with this is we've given that control over to the public school. We trust that they are being governed appropriately and allowing the child care within the public school setting to be free of those restrictions because they do not have a say typically if there is something wrong with the fence, for example. So in doing this, it's going to provide a lot of clarity to both our licensing staff and our providers in which rules actually apply or don't apply in public school settings. And lastly, in this rule set, you'll find several requirements which reflect anti-bias curriculum practices. In this first slide, you will find requirements on ensuring that there is representation in classrooms of diverse people, cultures, ages, abilities, family styles, and genders. As self-concept and self-esteem develops and grows in children, OCC believes that requiring materials that are diverse in the classroom will ultimately show children are worthy of being seen, positively depicted, validated, and also lays the foundation for a strong mental health and positive self-esteem. And in addition, just feeling included. In addition, exposing children to materials which have different viewpoints, nationalities, cultures, abilities, and race can teach the children that there are multiple perspectives in our world, and exposure to diverse viewpoints will contribute to the development of critical thinking skills and build empathy. In addition, so you can see here we have the information on materials, and then we put in a requirement to be actively reflecting on the materials in your room. So that way it's built in that individuals do have to challenge their thinking on if something has like a stereotype, or if something is not actually meeting the requirements or enough within the materials. So we have that. And in addition, I wanted to point out all the other examples that we have in this rule set where we are being conscious of ensuring that culture is considered when we're thinking about recognizing and respecting the uniqueness of individuals in children, when we're thinking about what holidays we celebrate and informing families of that. When we think about curriculum writing, we want to ensure that it's meeting the developmental abilities, interests, and cultural and individual needs of the children in care. And in addition, when we're thinking about prohibited punishment, we wanted to call out that it is prohibited to make any sarcastic or derogatory remarks around the child's family, race, gender, religion, or cultural background. Those things are prohibited now, but we felt it was important to call it out explicitly. And that's my presentation on the school age rule set, and I'm available for any questions or feedback.
Wow. Wow, what a lot of work was done. And it sounds like the RAC was just a plethora of information and great input to pull this together, Alicia. My goodness. I really appreciate what you said and what's also in our council report on the equity analysis and the work that you've done to focus on that. That is obviously a top priority for the council. So I was really pleased to see that in there as well. Council, a lot of information. Any questions from you all?
So just a comment, wow, great work. Again, I really appreciate all the information that you're trying to provide in terms of approaching working with children in a proactive, positive way. I think that's wonderful to see.
Thank you.
Real quick, my comments or takeaways is very impressed with the alignment of, I'll just call it the facilities and the use of facilities between schools and centers. It's a lot of work sometimes to figure out how folks are going to operate and who's doing what and how they're doing things. And if it is streamlined, I felt like that's a good thing for schools so that they can further partner and collaborate with one another. So I was very impressed with that. Also, how you're advancing anti-bias practices and increasing inclusion was impressive to me. In the way that it's going to be done seems like it's a part of what you do and how you do things. And so it makes it, I'd say, easier for the child and for the family and for the staff. So it was impressive to listen to that.
Yeah, thanks, George. Kali.
I echo my colleagues in that it's a substantial amount of change and great work. I think my only question I had, and it's mostly because I don't know the makeup of the RAC, but was the disability community, do you feel like this has been looked at by that community and ensuring that it's inclusive to children with different learning abilities? That feels really like the language is incorporating the needs of children with disabilities. Just
Great call out. Great question, Cully. You know, our school age care community is not all that diverse, unfortunately. So the leaders of that, it was a struggle when recruiting for the RAC to find a wide amount of diversity other than geographic diversity. But I think it's a really awesome consideration and something we should think about. I do view this rule set as setting the stage and providing a platform for school age programs to be able to operate with ease and creating better, easier pathways. But I think that that's something we can still look at in the future and engage on in the future after today. I think that after this, we're going to move into creating the center rule revision. And I think when looking to align, we can definitely take a closer look with that community and ensuring that we've got the language right and we've got what they need right as well. So thank you for bringing that up.
All right, Council, we need to move forward with this. Let me just double check with Remy and say, do we really need to read all of these numbers in the motion?
That is a legal question that is above my pay grade, Sue. If someone else wants to chime in with an answer, then yes. Otherwise, I would go with I move to adopt the motion laid out in the council action request if you want to avoid all of the rule numbers.
Alyssa, does that sound okay to you? Or do you
That
want
is
to?
okay. We've before my time, I think there was advice that we want to make it very clear which rules we're adopting. So we can be extra clear about it on the record, but I think if we refer to the packet and the date, that should be sufficient as a non-attorney.
At least on this one, why don't we approach it that way? Peter, would you like to make that motion?
Yeah, I was kind of looking forward to reading the whole thing. I'll do it. So I move to adopt the proposed language dated June 28th, 2022 that adopts the organizational rules in the chapters and numbers listed in the packet for the Early Learning Council on June 28th, 2022.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Thank you, George. Any further discussion of the rules? If not, those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Alicia. And I'm sure we will hear from you and those rules again, since it'll be an ongoing process. Oh, let's see, we get to hear from you again right now.
You do.
All right.
I'll share my screen once again. And this one is a little bit faster this time. I think it's a small change, but a significant change. So after receiving feedback from providers, the Early Learning Division is requesting you allow aid-2s to have increased supervision in certified childcare centers as a permanent rule change. So we recommend that you adopt the rule today by removing the date found in the rule and thus allowing aid-2s to supervise a child or a group of children for no more than 60 minutes at a time, not to exceed more than 120 minutes of aid-2 supervision per day. In addition, I also want to thank the ECEC members for their testimony on this rule set, and we're committed to meeting with them to discuss their recommendations for creating additional pathways and successful staffing models in licensing for future recommendations.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's get a motion on the table and then we'll discuss that. Peter, would you move this motion?
Certainly. I move to adopt a proposed language dated June 28th, 2022 that amends OAR 414-300-0110.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Thank you, George. All right, any discussion, any questions? If not, those in favor, please say aye or raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Alicia. We appreciate your work a lot. And now we're going to move to Jay. Welcome, Jay.
I'm going to present for Jay today. And Jay is on if there's any questions. We thought it would just be more efficient if I did all of the slides at once.
You're on a roll.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so ELD and OCC request that the ELC adopt temporary rules around the CBR in light of the passage of House Bill 4005 and Senate Bill 1547 last session. House Bill 4005 now gives ELD and OCC the authority to enroll unlicensed ERDC personnel in the CBR. We request temp rules in order to allow for a time period where unlicensed ERDC personnel have the option to enroll, but it is not yet a full requirement. Effective September 1st, 2022, we will begin using the CBR for all new and renewal of unlicensed ERDC background checks. And the 180 days will be used to conduct additional engagement and learn from this September implementation prior to returning to the ELC with permanent rulemaking. In addition, Senate Bill 1547 adds new types of subject individuals to the CBR when working with preschool or school age recorded programs. This rule change will add to the list of subject individuals for the CBR, and in passing temp rules allows us to begin enrolling individuals from recorded programs in September as an option prior to being required to enroll on January 1st, 2023. And Jay and I are available if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you again, Alicia. Obviously, this is tied directly to the movement of the ERDC coming over to DELC. So ODHS has obviously been very involved in all of this prep and discussion. Any questions of Alicia? Yeah, Kali.
I have a specific question about one of the recommended amendments, which is number 4. We're on 41406100020, correct? In terms of the rule that we're looking at.
06100. Which one are you on?
We're on 414061.
Right.
Yeah.
But
okay,
yes.
that's so number 4, they add caretaker relative as being, I guess I wanted clarification. Are you saying that like a grandmother taking care of a child needs to be added to the background registry, or am I understanding it wrong? I wanted clarity on that amendment.
Sure. That particular definition was added because we're bringing, this is in relation to the ERDC program. Some of these amendments are in relation to the recorded program. And the ERDC, they already do, basically right now with the ERDC, they're doing the background checks over there, ODHS's background check unit. And we're just, right now, we'll be doing sort of the same things other than bringing them to the CBR. And yes, if they're going to get ERDC subsidies, they currently have to pass a background check, so a relative. And so that definition that's in there was adapted by our council for us, but it's a definition that exists in ODHS's rules in so many words.
Okay, and that's never been raised as a concern? That just feels like a tough one.
To clarify, Kali, it's only if you're receiving subsidy. So only if you're getting paid by the state to watch the child, do you have to be in the background registry, and that's a requirement of federal funds. So if you're just if aunties and uncles just watching kids, that's different. It's only if you're accepting these dollars.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarity.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions or comments from council? If not, Peter, would you put some motions on the table?
Certainly. Trying to get my spot again here.
Right.
I move to adopt the proposed language dated June 28, 2022 that amends OAR Chapter 414, Division 061 and Rule Number 0010, 0020, 0030, 0060, 0075, 0090, 0100, and 0110.
Awesome. Is there a second for that?
This is Angie. I'll second this time.
Thanks, Angie.
I found my mute button.
Thank you. Leave it off so you can do a few more. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? If not, it carries. Thank you. Peter.
I move to adopt the proposed language dated June 28, 2022 that amends OAR 414-425-0030.
Second.
This is Angie. I'll second.
Awesome. Any discussion? Those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. And Peter, back to you.
I move to adopt the proposed language dated June 28, 2022 that amends OAR 414-450-0030.
Angie,
I will second that motion.
thank you. Any discussion? If not, those in favor, please say aye, raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all, council members, and thank you, Alicia and Jay. Now we will move on to who's doing the upcoming rules. Is that David?
We actually have up next, we have a presentation on the suspension and expulsion prevention program rulemaking process. We look like we only have a few minutes left, so I invite my colleagues Carrie and Katrina to just give a brief synopsis and the ultimate ask of council to review the draft rule language that is available in the updated packet, which I'm linking in the chat right now.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know who's taking the lead on this one.
That would be me.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chair Miller and members of the council. It's great to be here. So just a brief few comments. We are, excuse me, we've had 5 meetings of the Rules Advisory Council with one more currently scheduled. We have reviewed 18 different definitions and a whole lot of rules, and would really invite your looking at those, the current draft. The draft that Remy is linking there is initial revisions have been made based on feedback from the RAC participants, but it is definitely still a draft form. We'll be taking it back to the RAC for additional input. And I would be happy to meet with any council members between now and September if you have specific questions or want to go over any parts of the rule set. We will be requesting in September that we delay adopting one section of the rule set. One section is the requirements of early care and education providers. So this section requires providers to reach out for support before suspending or expelling a child. And but those supports will not be in place at the time in September. So we would like to not set everybody, we'd like to avoid setting everybody up for challenges by just saying, let's wait to delay that, the implementation of that until the services and supports are actually available. Yeah, I think I'll stop there unless, yeah, are there any questions that I can answer momentarily?
I'd like to know when the supports will be available. What is the timeline? Because this is a big deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal. And that is, I wish I had a clear answer. I mean, I'm hoping that it will be by early 2023. It kind of depends on how long the procurement process takes. Yeah, John, I see you came on camera. Did you want to add anything to that?
I think that's a good comment to make. As far as where we're at with that is, it is in our procurement process. So we are looking to open up a request for application for communities to respond to, so regional entities can be selected, but that will take a period of time, and we are hoping that can land in an RFP to communities before the end of the year, but we still are in that process. So, and I think that's, again, we want to make sure that those not only are those entities selected, but that they've had an opportunity to hire staff and staff are trained. And so in the new year is a best estimate of when services will be ready, so that then we can also have providers queued up to start requesting services when they're available.
Okay, and I see that Alyssa put in the chat that they're aiming for February of 23 for service delivery, actually.
Can I ask one other question?
Sure.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Is there a plan? My understanding, because my organization's been sort of at the RAC meetings, and it is was brought to my attention that there's not clarity on how the people at the table are helping with the technical things, but they're not necessarily weighing in on this piece, on the services and supports, the professional development. Is there intention to bring some of the same voices that are at the RAC table into a conversation around the development of the support resources so that we ensure there's some continuity and the voices of these different, I think the RAC is actually, you did a really wonderful job in having a RAC that was representative of communities impacted. But it's not clear sort of that pathward towards the supports, how they'll be included and sort of a process of building. And so I would love to just hear a little bit more about what you're planning there.
Yeah, that's a great question. So some of the feedback that we've received from in the process of the RAC has more to do with program development than it does the rules. And we've captured that. And actually that will be kind of shared back again to RAC participants to say, we've heard this, we're paying attention, even if it's not showing up in the actual rule set right now. But then a piece that I'm working on currently is setting up kind of what are those next kind of engagement and dialogue processes about what the program development needs to look like. How do we make sure that it is addressing the concerns of providers, of parents, of all of the people who are impacted by suspension and expulsion, and of course preventing it. That's what we want. Like, how do we effectively do that?
Thank you.
Sue, you're still muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Katrina and John. Obviously, it's an ongoing process and there's just a lot more work to do, but keeping the RAC members engaged, even if it's not officially as a RAC, will be very helpful. Obviously, they're great resources.
There has been such tremendous, I have found it just incredibly valuable, the voices that are present at that table really reveal the complexity of the issue from any which way that we look at it.
Got it. Okay. Thank you both. We'll look forward to progress and seeing you again. And now, last and certainly not least, before we wrap up, just would love to have Valeria give us a quick update on the Tribal Hub process.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I'm in my vehicle, but I'm not driving.
Oh, good.
I wanted to check in and make sure that I just gave you a quick update. We held two RAC meetings, which was basically convened as a subcommittee of our tribal advisory committee. So we had representation from each of the 9 tribes engaged in our RAC process, and really worked, also offline, working on language and communicating on how we wanted this language to be presented. And I think we're at a stage where now we're at a near final version and looking forward to having our tribal governments review those. And so they're going to be taking time to review those over the next couple of months. And so that's why we asked our council, you all, to please postpone the adoption of these tribal, early learning hub rules until September. And that's our ask, really, an update for you. Is there any questions?
Okay, thank you, Valeria. We know the government to government relationship is super important, and you have 9 governments to deal with. So that sounds overwhelming to me, but I trust you'll be able to navigate that. So any questions from council members or Angie? Okay, thank you, Valeria. Sorry to have you in your car, maybe because we're running late because Peter's not chairing this committee meeting.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the time. Have a great rest of your meeting.
Thanks, Valeria. Well, council will be glad to know there's not much rest of the meeting. Sorry that we are over time, but I'm using up some of what Peter let you all bank a month ago. So council, you'll know if you look at your scheduled meetings that we don't have one scheduled until September. That doesn't mean you're going to hear nothing from us between now and September, but barring some unforeseen circumstance, it means we won't be gathering this way. But know that we have September, and then we have our day-and-a-half retreat in October, the 10th and 11th. Planning to have that in person in Salem. So fingers crossed that we'll all feel comfortable doing that and be able to actually see each other once again. And hopefully plan some fun dinner Monday night, the 10th, while we're in Salem, and just have some social time together to catch up on the last 3 years of our lives. So thank you for being here today. Alyssa, thanks to you and your staff, and Remy for pulling this together. And Serena, we're delighted to have you on board. So, okay, we'll be in touch. Have a good rest of your afternoon.